Hey, here's this roadmap. Follow this, and I'll be like, I will have another cheeseburger. So make sure to show up in the YouTube chat as well. They're eating up us taking shots at the Morning Boys and them taking shots back at us. Guys,
Nick Wilson.
No. I monosyllabic words. I did it again. They won't have me back in Jackson.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. It is a football Friday. It is an F-off Friday. Everybody gets to F-off on Friday. We got Browns Ravens, plural, on Sunday. Cavs lost to Toronto, and people are or are not big mad. We either care or we don't care. I don't know where we're on that. Jose Ramirez enjoying third place again. A top three, that is. But that open courtesy of Mac Robinson not on the board. Yes. Mac's actually holding down the YouTube chat today. Don't be afraid. Hop in there. Can we be nice to each other? But hop in there. Make sure to hit the like button on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel as well. Mac producing. We do have Michael Markoch, a.k.a. Shaggy. Norville Rogers, as he's colloquially known, on the board. Yes. Sorry, I only got like one of those in the thing. And he's also doing the 2020s today. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hi. Which Shaggy does he look like? I'm sure people are questioning which one is it.
Yes, it's definitely the one from Scooby-Doo.
Picture this. We were both butt naked dancing on the bathroom floor. Is that you? Is that you, Mark Koch?
No.
Could you do reggae?
You.
Could you rap? Could you do a reggae rap?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
I like every time that somebody answers definitively, we just combat it with,
are you sure?
You don't sound convinced.
Because they don't.
Yes.
They don't ever actually sound convinced. You sound very hesitant to that moment, Mark Koch. I'm not really sure what to make you. I told Nick before the show, I do like your presence, though. And I like that you seem like you don't care at all about our opinion of you, and that I like as well.
Yeah. The key to our hearts is act like we're nobodies.
Yes.
And then, the truth is, we'll probably then be very negative towards you, but in the end, our negativities will balance out, and then we'll end up like best friends.
It's just nice. It's just a nice vibe that you're giving off here.
Yeah, because we've got so many people kissing our butt here. Now, there's a football game on Sunday.
Yes, there is. That happens.
Do we do a vibe check? Huh?
Oh, I don't know. When you're running back $6 tickets, I don't know that there's much of a vibe check to be had here.
That is the vibe check.
I got to say, Ashley and Andrew Siciliano, Ashley Bastock, having some sort of belief in this game that the Browns are going to pull this thing out, while being able to openly admit they're not really sure why. It's just their own vibes, their own gut tells them that something good is going to happen to the Browns, does have me thinking in the back of my mind, there's like a 3% chance that something good happens for the Browns.
This is a home game, and Kevin Stefanski over the last 2 years, don't put him on the road. That's not good. But at home, they've crapped the bed less, right?
Yes, well, they had 13 straight road games they've lost.
Yes.
So they haven't done that. At home, much better. In the division,
Kevin's always good for a surprise in the division
win.
We
won 3 games last year. It was Jacksonville, Pittsburgh, and Baltimore. 2 of those are in the division.
I also think this is a very...
I hate that I had that burned in my memory.
This is a very simple premise. The Jets game is a game that you shouldn't lose. We know all the details that go into it, but again, they had just traded 2 of their best players off. They clearly signaled they were about 26-27. You shouldn't have lost that game. So you need, at some point, and by some point, I mean as soon as humanly freaking possible, you need the other game, right? If you're in a situation where your future's in doubt, where a lot of jobs are on the line, where, heck, you're just trying to make it from week to week, right? Just trying to close out the season with some semblance of positivity. If you have what can be construed as the worst loss of the season in the NFL or something close to it, you need the opposite to cancel out. And listen, even though the Ravens' record isn't that much better than the Cleveland Browns, they've won 3 straight games. Everyone thinks the Ravens are back. The defense looks to be at least decent, and Lamar Jackson's Lamar Jackson.
He's fully cleared, too, by the way. Everything's all taken care of for Lamar. So I'm telling you, that Wednesday was just, I'm a veteran and I'm taking an extra day off. I knew that's what it was.
So what happens on on Sunday, I think will tell you a lot about the Cleveland Browns because there is an opportunity here. Maybe, and winning. Listen, we can't predict that they're going to win until they actually do it again.
Correct.
Right?
Yes,
no
I am done.
guarantees.
I am done predicting any sort of wins or anything like that. Here's the thing: until they show us otherwise, we can't believe anything but I guess a 7.5 point spread, a 7.5 point victory by the Ravens is going to happen.
Yeah, but this is the opportunity. Like you either get to prove that the Jets game was your team bailing on you if you're Kevin Stefanski, or that was a learning experience, and then you can spin it forward to being a positive thing. You're back home again. Divisional games. Kevin puts a lot into these games, so like I can't say that I'm like incredibly excited for this game because, quite frankly, I think we should all expect it to go how it's expected to go until they prove otherwise. But it should be noted, the Jets game was that's where it all fell apart loss. This is where it all came back together kind of win on Sunday.
Well, show us that you have something left in the tank. That's what I want to see. But like we need a Packers win. We need that type of game where you're like, I didn't think they were going to win. They went in there, they got the job done, and now we have some life. But I'm not expecting that to happen, Nick.
So the only thing is, and listen, where the Browns are is just win dummy, right? So yeah. I'm not trying to say style points. I can't claim style points are necessary, but it'd be nice to have some style points on Sunday.
Now we're getting greedy because I listen. I love style points. I don't know that Dylan Gabriel can score enough to even give us style points.
Well, but I think that's why style points would be nice.
Like the sad part of any of these conversations is I still go back to asking myself. Like at least with Flacco, I'm like, all right, I see how potentially we score a bunch of points. I don't know how we score points on Sunday.
I think
like with that offense, I just don't know how we ever score points.
Totally fair. Absolutely 100% fair. I think most people are. But I think at the heart of that is where I'm thinking, again, it's not win no matter what. And then
you need some fluky things like what happened for the Jets. But see, you need. You need like 2 special teams touchdowns and then like a Ronnie Hickman take one back to the house.
But this is where not all wins are created equal. If you win, but Dylan still looks like booty cheeks, all you've done is delay Dylan Gabriel going to the bench. Whereas if you win and Dylan Gabriel has his best game where we can say X, Y, and Z, he took a step forward. That's something I think you can win on. Not win on. That's something I think you can build on. And that, again, it's the thing none of us should expect. It's the least likely outcome on Sunday.
Yeah.
But that's the kernel of hope that I have. Right? Can Dylan get above 200 yards?
I think I'm out on thinking that could happen. Yeah, that's the problem is that I think my brain can't get to a spot where I'm like, that's possible for Dylan right now. We've just watched too many bad offenses. I hope you're right, though. I hope we do see something like that out of Dylan.
See, my problem is my counter to you, because you're using like logic and stuff.
Yeah, it's not a good thing to use in this.
My general response gets to be, it's the NFL.
Yeah, where anything can happen.
Any given Sunday.
Any given week.
And you know what? When you're playing the division, throw out the record books.
That is my favorite line. Just throw out the record books. None of it matters.
Which, by the way, counts for every team in this division except the Cleveland Browns. Over the last 30 years, every team can be like, hey, when these two teams meet in the AFC North, you throw out the record
It's one of my
book.
top 5 NFL cliches.
With the Browns, up until Stefanski, and this is where I'll give them credit for, up until Stefanski, it was, no, you should definitely not throw out the record books. Like, you should definitely, it's a 1-8 Browns team versus the Ravens. You should just bet based off that.
While we're still trying to figure out if they're actually trying to even win.
And by the way, not just talk about like the record now, like the record recent history, right? Like that's where, but again, the one thing you give Kevin Stefanski is these kind of games are the kind of games that he's been more competitive at home, divisional rivalry. And again, a win on Sunday would cancel out the Jets' loss. A loss probably like if the Jets' loss was confirmation, you're cooked. This would be double secret confirmation.
Can I make this one a JP BOGO?
Ooh,
a buy one get one. Is this a buy one get one? You win the Ravens game, then you automatically get the next game as well. Or are we out of BOGOs for the rest of the season with this team?
I think we're out of BOGOs.
We're fresh out of BOGOs.
But
okay,
it would make it feel possible, right? Like right now, everyone, and I mean
nothing more than offering up BOGOs. You know this.
Everyone is fatalistic. You're basically Marx, but no, everyone is fatalistic, and a win on Sunday would just crack that door open, so we could be a little delusional. We could talk about things like the second half schedule and so many home games. We could talk about all of these things, but It's so weird. Like,
I mean, they win this one. We're back saying they win the Raiders game. We're back saying they win the Titans game. We're talking about a possibility in the Chicago game. Like you're talking, you get to talk that way if you win the game against the Ravens, because you win the game against the Ravens, everything is back on the table from a we can do this any given Sunday mentality.
And if you get,
I don't think it's going to happen.
And if you get blown out, which I think a lot of people would say is the most likely.
Vegas
outcome.
though, Vegas is not suggesting a blowout in this one. What's odd, it started out at 44, the over-under. It's now down to 37.5. It has moved.
That's as low as the Jets game, yes?
Yeah, it is. Yes. Well, the Jets game got down to 35.5. But yes, like they're in that spot where it's like that Vegas does not believe there's going to be much offense in this one.
216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Would a win on Sunday cancel out the Jets' loss? Yes, because that was the most inexcusable loss of the season, and it might have been one of the top 5 most inexcusable losses in the NFL season at large. You need something equally inexcusable on the positive side of things. We do have quick hits coming up at 2:40 today. We got Zack Jackson of The Athletic at 3 o'clock today. We'll talk about the Browns. We'll talk about the state of things with Stefanski, the DePodesta line of, hey, I don't call plays in Cleveland. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Oh, man, hopefully he didn't take all the good jokes to the confines of Coors Field. Vinnie Serado, 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, coming up at 4. We will go behind enemy lines, and we'll talk about the state of the Ravens as they've been playing good football recently. And Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, coming up at 6 o'clock as well. But 216-474-0092. Depending on where you are, I've seen a lot of people say, we're tuning this game out on Sunday. You want them to lose. When it goes big picture for the Browns, would a win Sunday cancel out the Jets' loss? And fear not, Kevin Stefanski, all that's been lost can once again be found. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
The reels are spinning and the pumpkins are grinning. Visit
Knicks star point guard Jalen Brunson suffered a grade 1 ankle sprain on Wednesday night and has already been ruled out for tonight's contest against the Heat. Also, Magic's Paolo Banchero will miss tonight's game against the Brooklyn Nets with a left groin strain. Both players reportedly will be evaluated daily. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. Our good old buddy Roberto Shenanigans today saying, you guys sound positive. Is everything okay? I don't know that positive is. Am I doing a little too much brown and orange colored glasses today?
I don't think so. I don't know.
I'm just trying to point that
we just talked about the game instead of everything else that isn't the game that makes everyone sad.
Well, yeah, like guys,
I think that's all that was.
We'll get to $6 get-in price.
Yeah,
we will,
and we're gonna get to Stefanski,
yep.
And we're going to get to the quarterback situation, and we're going to get to Deshaun Watson, I'm sure, all sorts of things. We got all sorts of things outside of the game to actually discuss that'll make you all sorts of not happy.
Yeah, and we'll get your blood pumping.
Yeah, which
rage.
is the idea. We'll have you thinking.
Yeah, I know. What's interesting to me is, though, like, I think once people I think a lot of people just think, can we make the playoffs? Can we not make the playoffs? And once the answer becomes, nope, we're not going to make the playoffs, it just becomes everything's crap and none of this matters and the roadmap all looks the same. Well, much like we've talked about when people have been like, this is exactly what I called for this. It was like, guys, I called for 3-14. I'm 3-win Wilson.
Yeah.
And it's worse than I called for. It is. They've been non-competitive in 4 of the 9 games.
In our Me, You, and Fanta group chat that we have, I think, what was the comment John made during the game on Sunday? Something along
we'll be lucky to get to 3 wins.
And I said that seemed optimistic. I was thinking, where's the optimism coming from, John?
Well, in fairness, he's losing a year of his life watching this Browns team and a burger bet to Nick Wilson.
I love the idea that he's at the stadium. He's got his family there. He's got great seats because, NBC takes care of him, I'm sure. And his thought was like, I just have to rage text me and you.
Yeah.
To make sure that we all understand I'm mad right now. And I got it. Well,
listen, you can't take it out with your wife and kids there, right? It couldn't be like if John Fanta was with maybe his boys, so he didn't have like an outlet. So he's like, I've got to compartmentalize this rage into a one-way highway, actually a two-way highway with the afternoon drive. That's
oh my gosh! Can I tell you? I hate when the hosts tell you about their dreams because I think it's really lame. But I'm going to do it right now. Okay. All right. Fanta. So I watched a lot of this new Squid Game show that's on Netflix. It's basically they reenact Squid Games, but it's like their own competition for it. And so in my dream, it was me and Fanta playing Squid Games. Fanta wasn't winning when I woke up. That's what I'll say there. Fanta,
so wait, was it you versus Fanta?
No. It was like we were all part of this big mega game, and like me and Fanta were kind of like playing the game together to try to like win Squid Games to get past the round. And then I woke up right at the spot where Fanta had failed the mission and was gonna end up how Squid Games does. Yeah.
I like the idea, by the way. I like the idea that you picked the one guy that if you played Squid Games with, people would pick you to survive and not him.
I don't think that's true.
What other guys?
Why would they pick me over John?
I don't want to talk about it. I mean, John's a bigger fella. John's very nice.
Okay,
John's a very nice guy
John
too.
Would be, John, he's very likable. He gets people on his side. I figure he's a good partner in those type of games.
That's not going to stop you from getting murdered.
I know. And
now you know what though?
Yeah.
I bet you he's a great networker. I bet you could scheme.
He's great at all that stuff. And
that stuff, all those Squid Game type games.
How he left it was him actually trying to like bargain to make sure that he didn't actually lose the game. And no, he lost though. They definitely lost the game.
I like that you're dreaming about John Fanta.
It's so weird and so random.
But listen, I think rather than do what I think is very easy to do right now, which is get very just none of this matters from here. Yeah, the next 8 games do matter. And I think they matter to Kevin Stefanski being here or not. I think they matter on like who's actually going to be here and who's not in the locker room. I think in a way, the fact that they lost to the Jets, and I think that was the nail in the coffin of, hey, we're not gonna make the playoffs this year, which by the way, it shouldn't have taken that. But I think in a way, you got to understand that I think the possibilities opened up here of, okay, what does this mean for Stefanski? What do the final 8 games mean for him? for guys like Wyatt Teller, David Njoku, for Dylan Gabriel, certainly, for Shador. Like, the Browns are a miserable football team right now.
Yeah.
And they have not been a fun watch. And it's bad enough to be bad. It's bad enough to be awful. It's another thing to be awful and unwatchable. But I think there's a lot of interesting things with this team with 8 games to go.
Oh, there's a ton of interesting things, but they've also, as far as a win-loss perspective, Nick, they found themselves in a good spot where they can't disappoint us any more than they already have. Mm-hmm. So, like, from that, it's almost like the kid that gets D's on his report card, and then, like, you come on home, you're expecting D's to still be on the report card. If you get a C in there, you're like, all right, you did a little bit better. A C's not great, but you know what? He did a little bit better.
Yeah, like, it's interesting. I still think there are plenty of Browns fans who look at this game and say, hey, I went against the Ravens, I went against the Ravens.
I think there's a way that people on Monday come out of this thing, even in a loss against the Ravens, where you're like, hey, they looked competitive. Like, if they actually are able to hang with Baltimore and make this one a close game, and Dylan Gabriel looks better, but Lamar Jackson just is Lamar Jackson, there's a world where on Monday we're talking about, like, they didn't embarrass themselves.
All right.
That's how bad it's gotten.
All right, so I think you're actually pointing to something that I didn't think of previously, that I'm like trying to decide in real time, that's why I'm stalling, is an ugly loss, or ugly win, a la the Packers game.
Yeah.
Better or worse than a style points loss?
The style points loss is better if you're in the camp that wants to see Dylan Gabriel like actually flourish and thrive.
Yeah?
Yeah, style points loss might be better.
I think you're right. I think it's better for Stefanski, too.
Yeah.
Because I think if you win 13-10, and it's a series of a punt return here, a this, that, the other.
And like Jordan Love had that embarrassing interception with 4 minutes left in the fourth. If you have something like that, that doesn't really help your case much.
Whereas if you lost a shootout like 44-41, but Dylan Gabriel puts up 300 points.
How pumped people would be. The Gabriel gobblers, you kidding me?
Yeah, all of a sudden we'd be able to find
gobble.
Gabriel.
They'd be loving it. We score 40 points with Dylan Gabriel. Doesn't matter what happens, win, ball, and it doesn't matter. That's the win.
I really am enjoying this train of thought. What's the stat line that has any of us coming in on Monday going like the groundskeeper from Major League One, where it's like, these guys ain't too bleeping bad.
Yeah, I think it's
What
did he have that accent?
He's a great guy. No, he had more of like a Chicago accent.
Yeah.
He's the guy who played Yanni Tor, the janitor from Scrubs.
Was it really?
Yeah, Neil Flynn. He was also in that show with Patricia Heaton.
Did he get? Yeah. Oh, yeah. The middle.
Everyone loves Raymond, but not this show.
It's called The Middle.
Yeah, everyone loves Raymond, but not this show.
It was a real flyover type show, and my mom loved it.
Yeah, listen,
she absolutely loved it.
She's no longer a housewife.
Patricia Heaton loved that show
in Long Island.
Brick, the little kid.
She's now a housewife in Indiana. These shows couldn't be less different.
People liked it. And now that I've described all the characters in the show, it seems like I, in turn, liked it. And maybe I did.
You know what?
Maybe I did.
I'm not going to yuck your yum.
Maybe I did.
That's a very mid-show. With love to Cleveland's own Patricia Hinton.
People really did like it.
Heaton, geez, that was not great.
Yeah, that's all right.
It was almost as bad as the middle. All right. But
at least you knew she was from Cleveland.
I actually, by the way, I'm just being a D. The show is fine.
I'm just making a jab at Aqib Talib and Ken this morning.
Oh, what happened there?
Ken didn't know Aqib Talib was from Cleveland. And then spent the entire rest of the show trying to convince everyone that they shouldn't have known that either.
Oh, I should have known Aqib Talib was from Cleveland. Oh, Nick Wilson, no. Yeah, that bit is developed this week, and I'm really enjoying it. Now, what's the stat line that has Cleveland buzzing for Dylan Gabriel?
Well, so the funny thing about it,
off the road.
Funny thing about it, we don't care about touchdowns to interception ratio at all with Dylan Gabriel for some reason, because he just never throws interceptions, and he always has like a 2-0 or 1-0 positive touchdown interception ratio.
We're going to have a touchdown to interceptable balls ratio.
Because he doesn't throw the ball deep ever. We just do not care about the idea that he's got a positive touchdown to interception ratio and really does not turn the ball over unless he's playing New England. So I don't even know that we should put that on the board. I would say like 250 yards, somewhere in that equation. You know what it is? It might even just be the A dot. We might have to just look at the A
So it's
dot
like
at the end of
200
this.
yards, a 7-yard A dot.
No, like a 9-yard
tutties.
A dot, like something that is like
Come on, let's be
really
realistic.
really stretching the field of what he can do. So it really seems like he opened it up and was actually passing. And maybe when he does have a touchdown pass, it doesn't take 27 years for the ball to get there.
All right, 216-474-0092. You guys can also hit us up at Nick Wilson Says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. If you're watching on our YouTube chat, I want the stat line that if you get let's take the result of the game off the board. This is the stat line you get from Dillon Gabriel that has you buzzing on Monday morning. Because the bad thing is you set a number, which is 250 yards. I do think there will be panic in the streets. There will be pleasure in the streets if that guy gets above 250 yards. Because like last week, he was one of the nominees for NFL Rookie of the Week.
The Pepsi Rookie
And
of
he
the
had like 156 yards passing, but they were like, but the 2 touchdowns. What murder? I did it. I did.
I think they threw his passer rating in there as well. Like his passer rating in some of these games are not embarrassing, but passer rating's just not a great stat.
Yeah,
it just isn't. We have better ways to measure this stuff, and so like he's going to need to do it across the board. Where like my Sumer sports nerds can be like EPA awesome in this one. He was a positive there, and then also my meatball sports nerds. I guess they're not nerds. My meatball sports fans. They also the eye test tells them that everything looks great. We have not had that game from Dillon Gabriel yet, where everyone across the board is like, all right, this was good.
Page A saying 78-34. Good Lord. That's on me, Page A. How's he get 50 QBR ratings with 2 touchdowns and 0 TDs? Pretty sad. Also,
it is sad.
Also,
yes, it is sad.
I'm just going to say K on the 92 Through the Van YouTube channel saying Nick and Jonathan grasping for straws. It's not going to happen. I don't think anybody's saying it's going to happen.
No, we know it's not going to happen.
I think the point is...
I think you asked us, too. We'd both prefer it not to happen because we want to see Shedeur in there yesterday. But we have to at least envision up this world.
At this point on Sunday, I need a slump buster. I need good quarterback play. I'll take it. I'll take that hit wherever I get it, however I get it. I'll take it.
It can be your clownitude.
Even if... You can fit that into the Mark Anthony song if you want, but we don't want to go there. But I'll take 275 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a touchdown win over Baltimore. And Deshaun Watson at this point could be the guy giving us that, and I'd be like, you know what? There's a chance. At this point, I don't care where it comes from. It's not even a losing. Again, losing's bad enough. It's losing and looking bad.
I'm offensive starved right now.
Yeah.
I need this team. I need to be able to watch a football game where I can actually see our team get the ball and think, oh, they have a chance to score. Because right now I don't.
Yeah.
It's incredibly depressing.
Not even just that, but I just want to be like, wow, a 50-yard offensive play. Mm-hmm. Oh, my God. Another one? Oh, my God. My lucky stars.
We are going to think they'll turn into like the Chiefs from 5 years ago if they score back-to-back touchdowns. We'll be like, is that Mahomes under center now? What is he doing?
Finally, he's going to live up to those Steve Young comparisons by who did that? Who was the one? What clip did we play where somebody's like, he's got some Steve Young to him? And I was like, in the fact that he's left-handed and white?
It did happen. I don't remember who it was, but it did happen.
Yeah.
I like to bury that one. I wanted to give that person the benefit of the doubt and bury that take immediately.
Many people have been saying Dillon Gabriel's got a little bit of Michael Vick to him, and that he's left-handed, and he can run a little bit.
He did showcase the legs last week. I'd like to keep that going, too. Yeah. Maybe we'll give him like 45.
They just have to move so quickly,
we'll give him
though.
Like 45 scramble yards.
So they're so tiny legs.
Yeah.
It looks like if I ran the same speed, but then you put him running the same speed next to me, you just see his little legs kicking up there because he's really got to earn it.
Like one of those toys that you press the button and then they just kind of like go across down and down and down.
And you're like, he's got to be running 50 miles an hour. That's out. It's 15 miles.
Although he doesn't run like Kyler Murray does though. Kyler Murray, I always thought ran like a toddler stealing your cell phone. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. And Dillon doesn't run like that. He actually's got a little bit more fluidity to himself.
He looks like a real athlete. For the UFL. 216-474-0092. JK LOL. He's Team Atua. Team Atua.
Ooh.
What's the stat line? We're just going to stick and move. What's the stat line? Oh, I can't believe it did it again. Oh, gosh dang it, dang blanket. What's the stat line with Dillon Gabriel that'll have you buzzing on Monday? And if your answer is 125 yards, 3 touchdowns, and then Shador plays the fourth quarter, we'll also accept that. Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3.
Dalton Kincaid. Cavs have some downtime today after they lose to the Raptors at home last night. The Wine and Gold back at it tomorrow night over at Rocket Arena when they host the Memphis Grizzlies. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Bonjour Bob got me. Did you see the tweet?
No, I didn't see it yet.
He paused the live stream. I'm going to retweet this because it really it made me laugh. Maybe some of you will make it. At Nick Wilson says or at Browns_fan1. All right, we got to up that Bonjour Bob. Come on now. Can't we just be Bonjour Bob?
He's honest, I guess. He is a Browns fan.
But he paused the live stream on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Again, don't forget to like.
I look stoned out of my mind.
He said, having paused at this moment, Jonathan Peterlin looks like he's smelling something.
I know something's happening.
I look like I'm a Eastern European dictator. Like I'm like in the middle of Feist, and you
look very angry.
And you're like, oh,
you do look very angry.
This angry moment by this large man.
I look like Tolly.
Still, the joke that will forever destroy me for South Park is when they're like, "Get out of here, Towley," and he goes, "Am I to understand there's been a Towley ban?" I don't care. I don't care how old I get. I don't care if anyone else gets the reference. I will put that video on once a month just to make myself laugh like an idiot. But yes, you look like Towley. Now, we got a reel for instance here. I'm going to get to quick hits in just a moment here. I don't want to pause because Markoch might hit something over there. But we got Ken in Cuyahoga Falls, I think, presenting his own diabolical question for our resident Shahiver, Jonathan Peterlin. Ken, welcome to the show, friend. Oh, Ken. I really set him up big here.
Ken?
Markoch, is it on? Look down at the board.
Oh, yeah. Is it on? Like it's not on is what it seems like.
Oh, yeah. Markoch, you... Yeah, I was just going to say, you mother.
Because you heard that he actually turned it on right there.
Yes, I did.
You could hear that. You could hear, and the listeners could all hear that.
Pop your damn chest
they
like
could
a man.
all
there
hear that, too. Why did you lie to us, Markoch? Lying gets you nowhere, buddy. Just be honest.
The phones are normally on in here. Sorry, I didn't double check.
Dan Menigan.
So confident. Yeah, of course it's on. All right.
Dan Menigan set him up for failure. All right, Ken, real quick. Sorry. I know you have your question for JP here.
Yes. Hey, Jonathan.
Yes, Ken.
So if Shedeur plays as bad, if not worse, than Dylan, are you going to dog him like you do Dylan? I'm not a fan of Dylan, but I'm like, would you be open-minded, especially if he runs around like a chicken with his head cut off?
Yes, Ken, if he stinks.
Would you really?
Yes, if he stinks, I'll tell you. Go ahead.
If you do, I will call back. But I'm like, I just can't see it.
Now, here's what I'll tell you, Ken, though. Here's what I'll tell you. I don't know that you're going to see that happen for me this year when it comes to Shedeur. I genuinely don't know because the situation that he's been put in, obviously not great. Everything associated with it.
No.
But like I don't know that I don't know that it's fair to be like I think Shedeur Sanders all of a sudden stinks because he plays, let's say, 4 games at the end of the season and doesn't look great. I don't know that that's going to happen. But if he doesn't look good, yes, I'll be honest. The thing about Shedeur, and this is important, and I want you to hear this, Ken. The reason why I've maintained my optimism and why I've maintained everything with Shedeur and why it seems like I've been so positive for a million years on Shedeur is because we've had no games for me to dictate and move off of my stance. And all of these other people have moved off of it, and it's like, all right, fine, you can think that way. I think it's fraudulent. If you believed in him in college like I did, and he's played no games that matter, why would you now think he can't play at this level?
Well, that's true. I just was curious if you would honestly do that. I hope he comes in and just destroys it, and we don't need another quarterback.
I do too. I think everybody does. Ken, we appreciate you. Yeah, the funny thing about this is, like, yes, you believed in Shedeur, but like, we've all believed in quarterbacks and they've been like, well, I was wrong.
That's really what it is. And also, too, there's so many quarterback situations where we've had them be wrong in the moment, and then you turn around and 3 years later, they're good again. And you're like, wait, what happened here? So, like, there's so many things that can happen.
Are you talking about Baker Mayfield, who was just named the Family Foundation Philanthropist of the Year?
Yes, Baker, where basically every host at the station that was at the station at the time told me I was an idiot. And then you fast forward, and it's like, well, all right, here we are.
Doesn't that sound like an adult in the room? If you're called the Philanthropist of the Year, that feels like a big thing.
Yeah, he's always been very charitable. He's always been very good. We just brought up yesterday about how anytime there was any sort of anything involving veterans or anyone with the military, there was nobody better around the Browns than Baker Mayfield when it came to that stuff.
Yeah, but he shaved his facial hair 3 times in one. Yeah, that was just what a jerk. Not pointing at him.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
Marcott's running the board on Quaaludes today.
I think Mac paid him to tank the show.
Oh, that job security for him?
So to make Mac look better. If that's an angle Mac's playing, I like it. Aaron Judge is the AL MVP once again, and Guardian slugger Jose Ramirez finished 3rd while becoming just the 4th third baseman in MLB history to finish top 3 in MVP voting 4 or more times. Joining Brooks Robinson, George Brett, and Michael Jack Schmidt is Jose on the cusp of becoming a top 5 third baseman of all time.
Ooh. Did you name the third baseman there? I heard you say Mike. I heard you say Mike Schmidt.
So it was Brooks Robinson, George Brett, and Schmidt.
I think J-Ram's better than like Scott Rowland, who would be in that category?
I was thinking, so here are the other names
Ron
around
Santo's in that category.
Ron Santo, Wade Boggs, Molitor, Adrian Beltre, Chipper,
obviously.
And Eddie Matthews.
I was going to go Chipper next. So I don't know that he's top 5. But again, if you look at his numbers and you pull everything up, and the amount of top 3 MVP finishes that he has, he's knocking on the doorstep of that. You just have a lot, and I think J-Ram is a Hall of Famer, so he's joining a class of Hall of Famers.
So if he plays his average level for the next 4 years, which is a bigger ask because he'll be 33 this next year.
Yeah.
So again, we're talking about average home runs, average ribbies, average doubles, average WAR and OPS. He'd be 7th in WAR. He'd be 6th in home runs, 12th in ribbies, 5th in stolen base, and 4th in doubles, and then basically 10th in OPS all time.
I feel like it's very similar to how we view Adrian Beltre in the big picture of things. It's like, wait, he was that good for that long? And it was always the funny conversation around Beltre. I feel like that's going to be the copy and paste with J-Ram when it's all said and done. Everyone acknowledges he's been one of the game's best for an extended period of time. He routinely wins the most underrated player every single year, it feels like, in baseball. And you'll look back and say, yes, that is a deserved Hall of Famer. But I don't know that you'll think to yourself, that is one of the game's great third basemen, although we should.
If he does what I suggested, again, same level of his average season for the next 4 years, his stats and Wade Boggs, again, they're different because Wade didn't have as much power and Wade hit like 360 a bunch of times.
And Wade was drunk.
Well, I don't think he ever got drunk because a man could just drink. But they would be like right there on the cusp of 6th, 7th, 8th best third baseman of all time. And I just love that that's a discussion. If he can just, I really do think the next 4 to 7 years of Jose's career are just going to have such a profound impact on where he is in the history of the game, as opposed to where he is right now within the game, where everybody's like, yeah, that's a top 5 player in the AL.
I know, but like Beltre, if you don't play for one of the major market teams for an extended amount of time, you just get zapped in these conversations.
I do love me some Beltre.
Brock Purdy back this week for the 49ers. He's going to battle through the toe injury. He finally got worried that he was getting Wally pipped.
Yep.
And the conversation today I heard on it was like, well, Brock Purdy, Mac Jones, probably about the same level of output you're going to get from San Francisco. And that is not a good sign for somebody that just got paid $50+ million a year like Brock Purdy did.
Who needs a quarterback win? Who needs a win more this weekend? Brock Purdy or Dylan Gabriel?
Well, Gabriel, because Brock Purdy can still lose for a little bit and he'll be fine.
I don't know. I mean, they've got to if Purdy comes out and plays bad, that's a fringe playoff team.
Well, he just looks at it and if he looks bad, he's just going to blame the toe injury, and then we'll see what Mac Jones can do in taking that team wherever they want to go.
Yeah, but I think so. It's funny. I think everybody kind of agrees.
I mean,
this
might be Dylan's last game in the NFL starting.
I think that's fair. I think the next probably whatever Brock does when he comes back, I think is going to have a huge impact on how San Francisco handles this offseason.
Only a 2.5-point line in this one against a struggling Cardinals team. That's not a good sign for San Francisco. Oof. They had been playing better than this, but that's obviously not good.
For some reason, I'm kind of rooting for Mac Jones there. Even if I know that it means Brock Purdy might be free and the Browns might trade for him.
No, it would hurt the trade value for Mac Jones.
What do you mean? It would drive up the trade value?
Yeah. So what I mean is it would hurt it from them, but it hurt us for us is the point. There's a world that exists out there where Mac Jones is the 2026 Browns starting quarterback.
I know. I just don't want to give up a second rounder for him, which was what whoever was with us yesterday kind of threw that one out there. I don't love it. The Raptors handed the Cavaliers their 5th loss of the season, 126-113 last night in Cleveland, and superstar Donovan Mitchell went full sicko in the postgame.
This regular season, everything started off perfectly. This has been an up and down start to the season. What can you learn from this and build off from this experience?
This is, I hate to sound like a sicko, but this is great, like, to be honest, because last year you started 15-0, blowing teams out. You're never really mentally tested. I think now we've had, 8-5? Like, in those 13 games, we've had 13 different scenarios, right? We've had blowouts, we've had come from behind wins, we've had given up a lead and still won, we've had, like tonight, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's different things, and you're learning so much. And on top of that, our young guys have been phenomenal. Like, that's the thing that's been consistent the entire year. I don't think you see that if we go 15-0, right? So when we come to the playoffs, they know, the moments. We don't get that if we just go perfect. You go through all these things, and there were times in Utah, we were 19-30 and then made the playoffs, right? So, like, the sky's not falling. These are great tests for us and great battles, and we're not worried as a group. We have things to fix. Don't get it twisted, but this is a good place and a good thing for us to learn.
You like the messaging out of Donovan?
Yes, here's what I like the most. I like the most that after a game like that, he came out and spoke, and he's consistently done this. We rip on the Browns a lot for not getting their messaging out, etc., as we should. What I like about Donovan is that he has taken back his own message when it comes to how we perceive some of these losses, how we perceive what the locker room is. There's no guessing games with that team. When they have a game like that, it feels like people almost line up to tell you what happened, what went wrong. And as far as spins are concerned, I actually think that's a really great spin. I don't know if I buy it 100%, but the spin is good enough for me.
I really like that Donovan and Kenny are in lockstep with their messaging, and they have the same way of thinking. There's one thing to be like using the same words, like we own that, and then maybe that's just a phrase and not necessarily reality. When Donovan and Kenny use different words, but they say very similar things, and I think that's important because that shows they're on the same message, but they also believe it. And that lockstep between your superstar player and your head coach, that's such a huge thing. And here's the thing, I buy it. And I don't want to go back on last year and be like, they didn't have enough adversity. They won 64 games. That's an incredible feat. But true championship teams, it doesn't matter whether they're a 64-win team or a 50-win team, the adversity that they have, they find a way around it. So the idea that, yes, adversity can lead to good things as long as it's not adversity begatting more adversity, like health injuries becoming other health injuries. Well, and just a lot of really good NBA teams end up just not being very good until January or February. The Pacers last year were a sub-500 team at Christmas Day. The Knicks were thinking about firing their coach. I mean, they did it eventually, but they were thinking about firing their coach, doing everything under the sun because they were just had a miserable record by the time January came around. It's a long season. Now is not the time to freak out. I like the idea, though, that Donovan didn't want me or you to sit there and say, well, Donovan's got to be pissed at what's going on. It's like, no, now we know what he thinks. Browns-Ravens on Sunday. Zack Jackson of The Athletic is going to run down the state of things for the Cleveland Browns and what's at stake on Sunday in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
G League affiliate, the Wisconsin Herd. The Charge are 1-2 on the season. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone this season by following the Browns playlist in 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
Tune in to Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima, 6 a.m. on Monday morning for all the best Browns reaction. And now, catch the show live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got plenty to get to. Vinnie Serado of 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore coming up in 1 hour's time, but it's a football Friday. It's an F-off Friday. And we did ask the question earlier in today's show. Didn't really plan it, just kind of came up. What stat line from Dillon Gabriel would have you buzzing about Dillon Gabriel on Monday? And yes, that includes stat lines where he gets benched and Shedeur plays. We take all answers on this show. But to talk all things Cleveland Browns, including this Browns-Ravens game, we head out to the fan hotline and welcome on of The Athletic. Zack Jackson joins us right now. Zach, welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. How we doing?
We're doing all right. It's a good Friday. How about you, bud?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. This season's been full of joys, so it's been really good.
Gets interesting. It probably gets even more interesting from here, given the Dillon stuff and the Shedeur stuff and jobs and all that. But I'll ask you: is there a stat line that you could see from Dillon on Sunday that would make you go, "All right, maybe we were too quick in our judgment"? The 5 previous starts.
No, the only stat line I see is 18 of 32 for 176, just like the other ones. But what you said before that, Nick, is interesting because I've covered a lot of these. And with 8 to go, I would say that this one probably does stand as more interesting, or at least some of the possibilities that are still out there stand as more interesting, than some of them have been. Because, if you win 6 games in 2 years, you shouldn't have any job security, right? If you're out there completely overmatched as a quarterback, you shouldn't have any job security. There's 5 games at home, which adds a fascinating angle to this. And, there's still chances for this team to legitimately play spoiler. And this defense is still good enough to do that to somebody. So I left some of them out, but, this is a dead season, which is always going to be in terms of them winning anything that goes in the books. But this is not a dead story, by any means. I mean, yes, January through March are going to be fascinating, but it's not like we're there quite yet.
Zach, so you kind of sound like you're just ready to see Shedeur then.
Probably, yeah. There's layers to it, Jonathan, but what we've seen here tells the story. What we've seen here is completely unsurprising, and what we've seen here is not really going to change. And it does not all lay on the feet of the current quarterback, right? But this is what they've signed up for. This is who they chose, and this is what he can do. And so, that's not to say there's not some drama with this Sunday. There's not to say that I truly do think, and this kind of sums up the whole state of things, I truly do think the offense was a little better in some areas last week, right? But there's a ceiling on what it can be. So there was never any intention to play Shedeur, but a lot of the other plans, or what they were supposed to be, have been thrown out the window too. So I'm probably ready for the next chapter in that, which at some point soon I truly believe it's coming.
Zach, would a win on Sunday against the Ravens cancel out the Jets' loss?
Yes, it would. It actually would, because it would temporarily change the whole vibe. It would serve as the spoiler. It would shake up the division and the AFC playoff race, and it would both validate this defense and further frustrate the fan base by saying we had a defense that was good enough to actually deliver something, or at least bigger games, right? And then at least the next couple of games would matter. So I do think the Browns will show up and play on both sides. I do think this defense is built in a way to frustrate the Ravens. So add some weather, and both teams kind of probably believing the 16 or 19 points wins it. And this could be an old-fashioned slobber knocker, and the longer the Browns drag them into that, the more chance they have for something crazy to happen and actually win.
Zach, I'm just curious because you just said an answer ago that you thought there was never an intention to play Shedeur Sanders. What exactly did you think? Now that we have the idea that we've watched this season go the way that it's going, and it does seem like Shedeur will get in, or maybe even Deshaun gets in. I don't know. But once we see where it's at, what do you think the intention actually was?
Shedeur was drafted as a developmental quarterback, right? And Shedeur remains a developmental quarterback. So when I said that, Jonathan, I'm not just reading tea leaves. That's things that have been passed along. I think that's fairly obvious, right? So, first of all, I would say that there was no intention initially to put Dylan in on October 1st, but that happened, October 5th, first game of October, right? So I believe, and always have believed, that Shedeur has the talent to be at least an average NFL starting quarterback a year or two from now. So I don't know, because we're not in practice, where he is or what playing him now and on this sunken ship would really do to that development. And that's not for me to decide, even if I did have a better idea of where he was, right? But always it was about, hey, this is a unique case because there's talent here to get this in the 5th round at this position. So if we can bring him along slowly, and if we can eventually get him to develop and put him in the right situation, maybe they have something. And what I saw for almost all of training camp backed up that thought, right? So, does he have to play? What does, if he plays a few games, really mean in his long-term development? I don't know. I know as a franchise they're where they didn't intend to be, but I just wonder just how many more games you could go through with the same thing, because like I said, that's the easiest question I've ever been asked in a radio interview is, what do you expect the stat line to be on Sunday? That's what it is every Sunday.
Zack Jackson of The Athletic on the fan hotline here. So obviously the next 8 games are interesting because of the quarterback spot, but you had mentioned, coaches don't traditionally get back-to-back 3-win seasons and keep their jobs. So I'll kind of go here. What do the next 8 games have to look like for Kevin Stefanski to really be able to entrench himself going forward?
I think real improvement in implementation of plans towards improvement. I mean, I would just say that, frankly, Nick, I probably mean the front office more, if not as much, obviously, as the head coach in terms of what I believe needs to change right now. But I don't think there's any really rebuilding going on, and I think the first 4 guys they drafted are really good players. But I'm not seeing anything in terms of a build. I see a built defense, right? But I see an offense that for the second straight year is completely sunk. I see every week a combination of weird, bad fundamental football in some areas, multiple, that's leading to this team being in a bad spot. And as soon as this team's in a bad spot, it just doesn't recover. So, these games are supposed to be close. They're supposed to be competitive. They should have won in week 1. They won in week 3 when they didn't score a point for 56 minutes. But just overarching here, for a season and a half, this offense has been unwatchably bad and does not score and does not scare anyone. So that probably is what would have to change for me.
You're around this team a ton, obviously. What do you think is one thing that is misunderstood about this team from either the general public or the general Browns fan?
I don't know. That's not one I've thought about, but I would say one of the things that I've wrestled with here, and I know it's a different argument that none of us can win every single day, and God bless you guys for doing it 5 hours a day every single day. But one of the things that's disappointing to me, or that says a lot to me, is that it's like the NFL is full of surprises and full of things don't last, right? But this has been fairly predictable. Defense is really good, offense is a complete disaster. Right? There's some promising young guys here. There's not enough. The offensive line is a mess. The wide receiving core is an embarrassment. Those things are predictable, and those things are very bad.
Zach, you're going to hate this question. It's a hypothetical. I get it. But would the Browns have a better record if Mike Vrabel had become the head coach last January?
Yes. But there is no way that he was going to be it was never a realistic possibility, and there was no way that after being here that he was going to want that job, even if it was. So it was unique set of circumstances that led him here, and I think it was an innovative move and a positive one to get him here. And I think everybody on board was fine with him leaving, and they got the intended result. And he saw an organization that had a bunch of cap space and a gem of a young quarterback, and I think he would have been on the first plane there even if he didn't have deep personal ties there. So just more than anything, like, the situation here is not appealing to a top-level coach, and Mike Vrabel is a top-level coach.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Like, I feel like that often gets just a little misunderstood in the conversation of it all. It's like Vrabel was not. There was no amount of money that we were going to throw at him for him to be like, all right, my second chance at this, I'm going to take this job. First off, he always wanted the Patriots, and second off, they had a young quarterback in Drake May that had already proved himself.
Right. In the 46 years I've been covering this team, I would say that is the dumbest discussion of them all. Did this team let Mike Vrabel leave? Right.
Right.
Like, seriously, and I know there's dumb people out there, and every Sunday people get dumber, and that includes me, right? Well, like, getting dragged into this. But, like, that is probably, honestly, the dumbest discussion of them all.
Zach, I did see you had retweeted the piece where I talked about quarterback needy teams and how they're approaching 2026, and basically that they're just making other plans other than banking on this class. Can the Browns afford this in 2026 to not take a quarterback in the first round?
Ask me that on January 7th when we know the draft order.
All right, we got it locked in. January 7th, you're back here.
All right.
And
verbal contract.
Yeah, and last year Jonathan was first to get the Shador jersey, and this year he might be first to get the Mac Jones jersey.
No, that's a depressing jersey.
I don't think so. What's more depressing, Mac Jones or Kyler Murray?
Well, the cool thing about a Jones jersey is that there's going to be another Jones Browns jersey.
The Kyler Murray discussion is so depressing. There's no way. I can tell you that the Browns are not a Kyler Murray team.
Have you heard Nick's all short king room?
Oh, you ruined
his quarterback
it.
room that he wants. Well, tell him. Go ahead, tell him.
Kyler, Dillon, and then you draft whoever the shortest quarterback in this draft, and that way, like, remember, we have a spread offense, we have a West Coast offense. No, we've got a short king offense.
Yeah, I would say, for me to say that the Browns aren't going to do something with all I've seen is pretty strong, but they're not going to be a Kyler Murray team.
All right, let me ask you, I saw you tweeting about Paul DePodesta. What was your interpretation of the press conference? Was it a shot at Stefanski, or was there more to this?
No, it was, given some thought, and I'm done giving any thought to the DePodesta era, but given some thought, it was a reference to what went around here was spread around by one very uninformed person. And it was probably a little too in the weeds for that format, but Paul obviously wanted to get it off his chest, and frankly, he has that right. He has the microphone. The Rockies chose him. And so, yeah, it's not like I spent a ton of time. I just watched the two clips, and I did see it last night, but this week especially is not the week for me to be hanging around the Twitter discussion and argument of the day, because none of us are getting any brighter from any of that.
I actually 1% brighter. Just this week, I got like 5% dumber last week, so it's kind of evens out in the wash.
It's been a long few months.
It's gonna get longer. All right, so the chief strategy officer leaves. It's not that I don't want analytics here, because that's the dumb thing that you're talking about, but I also would like maybe football instead of, if you're 100% analytics, I'd like, can I get like 85% analytics with a football guideline? Is that where you're going to go with the DePodesta going, or do you think that their process is their process?
No, I think analytics have a place in the game for sure. They had their processes. He was here 10 years. These other guys have been here 6 years. I mean, by NFL standards, that's a long, long time. By Brown standards, that's centuries, right? So, no, I think because of the losing, Nick, and because of the air of secrecy that was and remains here, that sometimes that argument gets dragged into, areas where people just don't know. But, every team has an analytics department. The Browns is bigger than the rest of them, but every team has an analytics department. Every team has a research department. Every team should be using data and historical data and things to get every edge. Like, this is a super competitive league. And of course there's secrets, right? So when in the few cases that you do have an edge or have developed one or have a secret that you can unveil on a certain Sunday or potentially in a draft, you should use it. but I think there's so much blurriness and stupidity that got involved in the whole thing. Like, you need good football players, and you need to be well run. You need them all. But I just think it's gone well beyond the outside discussion of anything that it was. No other team had a chief strategy officer, right? Every team has something similar, and people whose jobs it is to help the people who sign off on the final decisions make smarter decisions. Every team applies it differently. Every team makes those decisions differently.
All right, Zach, we might as well just touch them all for this segment then. Does Deshaun Watson get a start at any point this season?
I'm still pretty strongly no. I'm not slamming. The door does remain cracked, right? And if he is elevated, or his window is opened, I guess, then there would be 21 days before they had to elevate/activate him. So the door is cracked. But I am strongly against that, or pretty strongly thinking that it won't happen. And I just cannot imagine them presenting a situation to where he would run out of the tunnel and start a home game, and they would allow him and themselves to get booed that way. I just don't think. I think there will be a formal split in the offseason, and the sides will go their separate way, and it will be remembered, as it should be, as one of the worst trades in the history of sports, something that sunk a pretty promising run they had put together here.
Zach, we got a boogie, buddy, but great stuff. I enjoy the game on Sunday, and cherish these next 8 weeks. We really only have so much time on this earth.
I'll see you on January 7th.
Looking forward to it.
That's a verbal contract. It's a legal binding agreement there. Zack Jackson, The Athletic, on the Fan Hotline. Will react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
about trading up for a warm home this winter instead of a cold one? Say hello to a warm home and lower energy bills by calling 1-800-USA-FOAM.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I think real improvement in implementation of plans towards improvement. I mean, I would just say, frankly, Nick, I probably mean the front office more, if not as much, obviously, as the head coach in terms of what I believe needs to change right now. But, I don't think there's any really rebuilding going on. And I think the first four guys they drafted are really good players. But, I'm not seeing anything in terms of a build. I see a built defense, right? But I see an offense that for the second straight year is completely sunk. I see every week a combination of weird, bad fundamental football in some areas, multiple, that's leading to this team being in a bad spot. And as soon as this team's in a bad spot, it just doesn't come. So, these games are supposed to be close. They're supposed to be competitive. They should have won week 1. They won in week 3 when they didn't score a point for 56 minutes. But just overarching here, for a season and a half, this offense has been unwatchably bad. It does not score. It does not scare anyone. So that probably is what would have to change for me.
Zack Jackson of The Athletic in the previous segment. A lot that I agree with there. Mm-hmm. I agree that Andrew Berry's track record is much more suspect than Kevin Stefanski's. I also, and I think you and I agree on this, I think Kevin Stefanski's much closer to getting fired than Andrew is.
Yeah. In the pregame show last week, I was asked by Coach Riz, how do you think this is all going to play out? And I'll tell you right now, the way I see it, it seems like it's going to be Stefanski loses his job, and then Andrew Berry either gets a promotion or stays at his current level. But the whole idea for a long time, we did this Bert and Ernie thing as if they were tied to the hip, and it just doesn't feel like they are right now.
Yeah, and I mean I just think it's really interesting that we started the show and Roberto Shenanigans accused us of being positive. Which I just felt more was
I kind of liked.
No, I did too.
Yeah, I was like, that's kind of nice. It's nice to be positive every now and again.
We like our guy, Roberto. I'm just playing. But I do think it's interesting. The point wasn't that I'm incredibly positive or negative about this next 8-game stretch, but the point remains there's more than enough runway left in the season to pull the nose up on this in some regard. Mm-hmm. It's not like the offense is average and we need to get it to above average. It's the worst offense in the league.
One Albert Breer called one of the worst offenses over the previous 3 years of football that he's seen in the entire sport.
You would imagine, guys, I'm not trying to be
incredibly bad.
I'm not trying to be a jerk about this. It's hard to be this bad.
Yeah.
That's the whole point when we say it's hard to keep your job for 2 straight years if you've got back-to-back 3-win seasons. The NFL is built on parity. The same thing can be said about the offenses. Usually, in terms of scoring, there's about 8 to 9 points per game between the 30th best offense and the best offense, right? It's maybe 10 points. The Browns are a wide margin worse than that. They're a full standard deviation off that, and I think that's what's. But again, that's an opportunity for growth.
Well, most teams, Jake Browning can still have a couple games where he lights it up. Spencer Rattler can have a couple games where he lights it up, and then obviously the wheels fall off the bus, and then they start turning over the ball and having a bunch of interceptions. But there are at least semblances of we have the football and we can do this. A lot of backups across the league. You can give them a couple drives and they'll look competent. They'll look like you have a chance to score. When we watch these games, the Browns don't look like they have a chance to score. And that's I feel like if you go down 10-0 in any of these games, you're just blouses, game over. And that's the real part that stinks. And Zach highlights it. We shouldn't all be surprised, but the idea that this defense is as good as it is and this offense is as dreadful as it is two extremes.
I don't think they're going to do it. 3-win Wilson remains. But the path for something more interesting than the first 9 games is there. You've got 5 home games in the final 8 games of the season.
Yeah.
And a home cooking is, what do we always talk about? Honestly, guys, the Patriots are not a 9-2 team. They're not.
Remember,
they're really good. They're maybe a 6 or 7 win team, but they've had just perfect pathway of a schedule that has allowed them to be the best record in the NFL. Mm-hmm. All right, the first half was a brutal schedule for you, the Jets game being the anomaly because you just lost to a team you shouldn't. You've got winnable home games. San Francisco, Tennessee. I know you finish up with Buffalo and Pittsburgh, but like, guys, it's the NFL. Like, 3 of your final 5 home games are incredibly winnable, as are 2 of your 3, potentially all 3 of your final road games.
Yeah, it's all right there for him. It is, and not to go to the playoffs, but to at least look like you know what you're doing, look like you have a clue. And I think that does. I think it starts this weekend. I mean, how demoralized will be this team and everyone around it if they just do what the expectation is and just lay down and die against the Ravens.
Yeah. Well, and I think,
you'll just be shot.
I think like that's, I do it's funny. Like, I don't think I do this well enough. I have immense respect for the guys in that locker room, especially guys who've been here for a while. David Njoku, for Wyatt, for Joel. Like, there's so many guys in this team that I just like and I root for. Mm-hmm. And so for those guys, right, I just want this one. I want this for them because, man, I mean, they've hung in there. Like, they really have. To this point, I'm a little concerned that the Jets game was the hey, I think we're on to Cabo kind of mentality. I'm a little worried that we're there, but this is the game that can counteract that.
I know. The worry I would have is that is it just a shooting star? Because last year they ended up losing 7 out of their last 8. But
what happened to Bogo Peterlin?
Well, I want Bogo Peterlin. You told me Bogo Peterlin doesn't get to exist right now. Buy one, get one. You win this game, you get next week's game as well. I thought we decided this team hadn't earned a Bogo.
You can believe in Bogo Peterlin if you want.
I love a Bogo, but it doesn't exist for this week. But the reality is that last year they had the win against the Ravens, you had the win against the Steelers, the Snow Globe game, and all this fun and all this excitement. You still closed out the season losing 7 out of your last 8. Like, even that big win against the Steelers, really didn't do anything. It gave you a jolt, but all it did really was cost you the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, and I think, but again, like, that's why these next 8 games matter and why they should matter to Stefanski. If he can, and it's not just about, well, can you go 4-4 or can you go 3-5? Can you get to 5 wins? Because right now, getting to 5 wins would feel like a real accomplishment.
They're at the same spot this year that they were last year. Same record at week 10. And so, like,
and it was about week 15 where they were like, all right, we're shutting it down.
Yeah, but the losses had come as if they'd shut it down 5 weeks prior.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So, like show me that, again, you're not going to lose 7 out of your last 8 to close out the year like you did last year. Show me that it'll be different than what we saw last season where you had the same 2-7 record after week 10.
So, thinking back to what we played, Zach's comments here on just where this team is and where this team is going, the importance of the final 8 games. Would Kevin Stefanski be safer right now? Right? He said, because Zach's point was, there's supposed to be a rebuild. It doesn't feel like there's any building going on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are good young pieces on the defense, but look at the offense. If it was flipped, if the defense was historically bad, if it was Cincinnati.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'd be the Bengals.
But I don't want to make it just because they
you'd be the Cowboys.
But like, if you were, the record
there's
was
hope for those teams. Yes, there's hope for those teams.
Is it because it's an offensive league?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's hope for those teams. If you have an offense, you feel like you have a chance. I mean, and now historically, it's not really even true. Like, the Chiefs won the Super Bowl a few years ago, and they had the 18th best scoring defense in the NFL. This is before Spagnuolo started being treated as if he was the greatest defensive coordinator of all time. And teams could actually score on the Chiefs, and so but you can win with an average defense. You're not winning with the 18th best scoring offense in the NFL.
I think the reason why I agree, so I push back just because I'm like, all right, if you've got an elite unit, thank you,
easy now.
If you've got something that you can point to and go, you can win with this. I think that's such a huge advantage in the NFL because then it just becomes fix the other thing. So I don't think it should matter. Well, okay, great offense, abysmal defense, abysmal offense, great defense. But here's the reason why it does, ultimately, why I don't go contrarian or devil's advocate, is because Kevin is an offensive head coach. And he's not like, oh, I just came up on the offensive side of the ball.
Right.
It's no. You're here because of what you did as a play caller. You're here because of your game planning ability. And the offense is still that bad.
No, and that's a clear indictment of Stefanski. I was thinking about the Broncos in this conversation. The Broncos, obviously you have Bo Nix, but you have this elite defense. I can make an argument the Broncos are a better defense than what the Browns are, but we'll get what else the Broncos do really well. And I'm not even going to Bo Nix because I think the jury's still out on him. That's an elite offensive line. If not the best offensive line in the sport, it's number 2. Like they have other things that they excel at that it's not just, you're not just a one-trick pony. And the problem for the Browns right now is you're a one-trick pony. It's all on the defense and the defense alone.
I think the other problem here is, again, and this is not a defense of Kevin or Andrew, I think you can make the case of, if you solidify that offensive line and found competent quarterback play, I think you'd be back to being competitive. Not competing for titles, but I think you'd be back in the 7 to 9 win range, which is an acceptable range to be. And most times when you replace the GM and or head coach, there are going to be changes, especially on the defensive side of the ball, especially if Jim Schwartz isn't back, that I think might take even longer to win.
I wonder if Jim Schwartz will come back.
You got to, right? Not from his side. I mean, from the Brown side.
From the Brown side, you got to almost like double his salary and be like, just stay here, please.
What do you want?
I think he's really proud of what he's built here, and he should be. And that's what I would cling to. I would hope that he just really likes what this defense is. And everyone likes when you're on top. No one likes the building process. You like when it's built and then you're just maintaining it. And I think that might be an appeal to him.
And to me, the reason why you have to
But I might just be being hopeful here.
Well, the reason why you have to have Schwartz is I've seen him develop players. Isaiah McGuire. I know MJ got hurt, but MJ Emerson, pretty much every young safety you have on this team has been developed. The linebackers, like guys like Diabate, undrafted free agent. I know,
even you get like veterans, like Malik Collins comes in here as having the best season of his career. Devin Bush comes in here as having one of the best seasons of his career.
But that's also another thing that we then compare Kevin to and go, well, you can't. Okay, we didn't give you a lot to work with, but we can't see development out of a quarterback, a wide receiver, an offensive lineman. I think that's another kind of mark against Kevin. 216-474-0092. So if the Browns had a great offense, but a historically bad defense, if we just flip the Browns' reality, would you feel different about this team and your hope for it going forward? I think it's easy. Also, it'd just be watchable, and I think people would just love a really watchable offense. Is this good for the NFL? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on Center Ridge and Avon Belden. This is Kayla Coljohn on 92.3 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by the Adams Board of Cuyahoga County. If you or someone you know is having thoughts of suicide or experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, dial 988 to connect to confidential support 24 hours a day in Cuyahoga County. You're not alone. 988 can help. Sponsored by the Adams Board.
Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Carmen and Anthony Lima are hitting the road along with 92.3 The Fan for a special charitable event benefiting shoes and clothes for kids. All listeners invited to join us Friday, November 21st at the brand new Bomber Sports Cards located at 203 East Royalton Road in Broadview Heights from 11 o'clock to 1 p.m. for special edition of the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies. Come out and meet 92.3 The Fan. Enjoy lunch from Donato's, admission completely free, and shoes and clothes for kids will be on site collecting new socks and donations for those in need. It's 92.3 The Fan's Shoes and Clothes for Kids event with Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima, Friday, November 21st at Bomber Sports Cards in Broadview Heights.
Vinnie Serado coming up in about 15 minutes. We'll talk on the Ravens side of this game on Sunday. Ask why he believes the game is only a 7.5-point line at this moment. Is there a little fear of getting upset? And then he'll laugh, and then we'll break it down. But a quick report coming in, and this is always tricky because the guy I'm about to quote isn't a reporter, but he's very well sourced. Jim Bowden, a long time
okay, that's good.
MLB front office, now with the Athletic. He actually just put together a kind of an off-season, basically the GM meeting primer, and he said the Guardians are open to moving outfielder Stephen Kwan for more power and a better option for center field. I'm not against moving Stephen Kwan, especially if you think that you're just not going to re-sign him. If you're just skittish about that, because of the uneven production, the up and down stuff, and the fact that he's a really good contact hitter, and you just never know how those guys are going to age. I'm trying to find the fit. Yeah. And the fact that Duran of the Red Sox is also out there just feels like it's really going to manipulate the market for Kwan, which I think is already manipulated given the fact that he was really bad in the second half of the season.
And it's now 3 straight years that he's been bad in the second half of the season. I did notice Jeff Passan has put Kwan in basically everything that he's wrote, so obviously there's chatter about it. I guess now would be the time if you're going to do it. Also, way too much Brendan Donovan discussions, by the way.
Yeah, I need another.
Guardians faithful. What are we doing with that
by the way,
convo?
nice baseball player.
Nice baseball player, but like that's the convo we're having, I guess.
Yeah, well, it would be moderately amusing if the Guardians traded Kwan because they want to get more power, and then the other trade they made was Brendan Donovan. Again, good baseball player, and his versatility, I think, is something that they want.
That's the appeal, and that's kind of why he fits what the Guardians do. He's a utility man. You could have him play second base until Bazana gets up there, and then immediately throw him out there as a corner outfielder whenever you need him. Like that's the appeal to him. I'm tired of that being the appeal.
I know that no one's going to sign up for this because Jim Bowden also mentions Wilson Contreras, Sonny Gray, and Nolan Arenado. The Cardinals are hoping to move those guys this offseason. If they ate a lot of money on Contreras, because I think he's only got 1 or 2 years left on his deal.
Okay.
I wouldn't halo Wilson Contreras at first base.
Oh, at first.
Yeah, well, yeah, because he's been playing first base and DH at St. Louis.
Yeah, I know. I still just think of him as a catcher. I still just think of him as a catcher, though, so it threw me off for a second.
I mean, kind of a typical Guardians hitter, like some power, not a lot of power, good average hitter. I actually think he's a better first baseman than Kyle Manzardo is, which is not great.
I just love the idea that everyone is just like, hey, what do the Cardinals have this year? This is the offseason after their fans basically rioted for the first time in 30 years.
And it's also, I think everybody also realizes now that Mozeliak is out, they've got Chaim Bloom has taken over the former Red Sox GM.
Yeah.
And man, he seems ready to dance. He's just like, all these Mozeliak guys are got to get the bleep out of here. Now, that being said, we're not talking Cardinals baseball. He does seem very, like, it's all the guys that Mozeliak loves.
That's how you say his last name.
What is it?
Mozeliak.
Come on.
I know, it's just me.
It's the right way to say it.
What, your way?
Yeah.
Your way's not the right way to say it.
You're going to tell me it's not Scott Cervais?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to tell you. That's what I'm going to tell you.
All right.
Mac is howling back there, I guarantee it.
Yeah. Mac's probably like, this single A outfielder from the Cardinals is who we need to get.
He goes to the double A system.
And then, by the way, Mac's going to bust in here like the Kool-Aid man to try and host 3 hours on it, too. That being said, we love you, Mac. And your beautiful hair. So finally coiffed. The best hair. That being said, Jim Nance, who is on Carrington Harrison, friend of the show, his show on 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City, had a very interesting point about this NFL season so far.
Man, what a year this has been. It's been the wackiest one for me, and this is 41 years for me being in the league. This has been a wonder to watch. I still think the Chiefs, if there was a tournament today and you bracketed this thing, you would look at it and I would say, I'll take Kansas City.
Okay, so 41 years Nance has been doing NFL games, which is kind of surprising to think about it from that perspective, too. You just don't think about Nance being around for 41 years. But I think he's right. I think we're missing that because we're here talking about the Browns every day. Mm-hmm. But if I were to tell you before the season got underway, the Patriots would be leading the AFC East, and they'd be on an 8-game winning streak. Meanwhile, the Colts are winning the AFC South, and the Texans are at the bottom of the basement in that division. And in the AFC West, the Chiefs would be third, and then it'd be the Broncos into the Chargers. And not even bringing up the idea that 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers is leading the AFC North while Lamar Jackson is a couple games behind him. You'd be like, what the hell is going on?
I think it tells me how much Jim pays attention to the AFC versus the NFC.
Well, the NFC's kind of chalk.
Yeah, it is. Eagles,
the NFC looks very normal.
Lions, Tampa Bay, and Seattle in the Rams. Like
the NFC looks very like what you think it would, but the AFC is gone bonkers. Well, to a point that just doesn't make any sense. If you were to say any of the things that I'd mentioned before the season got underway, you'd be like, what the hell happened? And then our power teams, none of our power teams, the Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs, if you want to throw the Bengals in there, none of the power teams are doing anything right now. None of them are leading the divisions.
I think this is the kind of season that I don't say casual fan, but like the fan who will look at this and go, well, this is my team, but I also watch a lot of NFL, that fan has been hoping for, because Mahomes isn't in first place, he's in third place, Allen's in second place, Lamar's in second place. Like, I think there is a segment of fan, it's what happened with Brady, it's what happened with Peyton, where you want greatness, and then at some point you get tired of greatness, and you want greatness to just fall back a little bit. For me...
this is chaos right now.
For me... Like, I do not give a rip about this Patriots run, other than I really like Mike Vrabel.
They've won 8 straight. But
by the way,
can I interest you in the Broncos on a 7-game winning streak? Like, I don't think many people are interested in that either. So it doesn't seem as crazy, but it is. The Colts.
That's the most fraudulent 8-2 team in NFL history.
We keep saying that, and again, I think. Listen, I'll say it right now with the Broncos. I don't think Bo Nix is as good as everyone thinks he is, and I think this is a very fraudulent streak they're on. We'll find out more on Sunday when they take on the Chiefs. But like, how do I argue with these results right now? The results are telling you that the season is as wacky as ever. I can tell behind your eyes, though, you're not buying any of it. I can tell behind your eyes that by the time we get to the conference title game, the two teams that'll be involved will be two of either Mahomes, Lamar, or Josh Allen. I can tell that just in talking to you right now.
Yeah, that's what we should expect.
All right. So,
and by the way, the funny thing is, the one that has the chance to actually upset the apple cart is the NFC. Like, that could be a team where it's like, because it's the standard Bears, maybe I'm just being contrarian now. It's not going to be the Bears, by the way. I wasn't saying that literally. But, like, the Rams could be the 5 seed. And Rams could actually do some damage.
For sure they could.
I almost think
Seahawks could.
I think
Eagles are imploding in front of our eyes.
I think if you're looking for where can things happen that'll be really interesting, I think it's the NFC, because I think the Chiefs and Bills and Ravens and a couple other teams, I think they're just, I don't want to say they're biding time, because they're all, except for the Ravens, they're like, the Bills and Chiefs are far behind in their divisions, and yet I think they'll both be right where we expect them to be.
But I wonder how many fans that are listening to this right now are thinking to themselves that this is a wacky or wild NFL season. I would bet most probably aren't. And I don't know if that's the Browns. Do the Browns do this to us? Because the results tell us a completely different story.
We are chaos guys, by the way. We should definitely embrace this. But like a Bo Nix, Sam Darnold Super Bowl, if we're being honest, it doesn't do anything
unwatchable.
to you.
Sounds very unwatchable.
Awful.
It sounds like the 4th best game on TV this weekend. It doesn't sound that great.
All right, Daniel Jones.
That's what this is right now.
Daniel Jones versus Caleb Williams. Or Daniel Jones versus Mac Jones, if it gets there.
A Jones off.
A Joneson.
Keeping up with the Joneses. That will be the headline.
Keep making Jones
That'll be
puns.
the headline on Fox Sports 1 throughout the entire week.
Vinnie Serado of 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore joins us next. We'll talk about this Browns-Ravens game and how the Ravens are viewing this game, whether they expect to just show up and dust the Cleveland Browns, which I think sometimes they do. Vinnie Serado in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
it here. And people are like, that's awesome that he loves it here. What the hell is to love? What do you love here?
Don't go ripping on David for a second. David is looking for a contract eventually.
David and Joku should be miserable. They all should be miserable.
Who can be thrilled? Who on earth can be thrilled?
Are they?
I don't think they're having a good time. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We've been talking about this Browns-Ravens game. The second half of the season officially beginning again. We're just going to forget that the Jets thing happened. We got 8 games to go, 5 of them are at home. Now's when the real second half of the season begins. But to give you the Baltimore perspective on this game, and Vegas saying it's a 7.5-point line, that means that they're expecting a relatively close game. But to give the Baltimore perspective, we're going to head out and talk to a longtime NFL executive, now host on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore on the Fan Hotline, Vinnie Serado joining us. Vinnie, thank you very much for your time, bud.
My pleasure. How you guys doing today?
Other than the football being absolutely atrocious, life itself is good.
Yeah, we're pretty good.
Yeah, but they play much better at home than they do on the road.
It's funny you say that. We kind of talked about that as well, because I think people remember the away game in week 2 and how just thoroughly of an ass kicking that was. And so much of like my idea of this game might actually be enjoyable in that it might be close is the Browns are a different team at home. How are you guys viewing this game from the Baltimore side of things?
Well, I've watched the film, and then I went back and watched week 2. Week 2 was 10-3 at the half, and the Ravens blocked a punt in the second quarter to get, good field position, which got them the touchdown and up 10-3. So it was tight. I think the biggest problem is the defense just wears down, and then the offense or special teams give up short fields and make it real difficult on the defense. Because the defense, they're really good.
Yeah, you hit it on the head. It's incredible. It really is a great defense. And then you watch these guys, and for the first half, all sorts of games, Vinny, where it's tight, it's close at the half, and then third quarter, fourth quarter, the offense just continues to go 3 and out or not have long drives, and it just wears on the defense. I don't know what suggestion you would have for fixing that or getting that right. It feels like it's going to be a problem we have all year long, though, Vinny.
Oh, I think it's definitely going to be a problem all year long, because, Fannin is the guy, he's the leading receiver. Other than that, Judy, I was talking about it today. He's got, 28 catches on 60-some targets. That's not very good. And Gabriel's completing, 58%. The O-line is the one of the issues, in pass pro. They gave up a bunch of sacks last week to the Giants. And I think, with Gabriel, if you can get inside pressure, what is he, 5'11", 6 foot tall?
No, that's being generous. Yeah, that's being generous.
Yeah. So, like stunts and twists really bother that offensive line. They were turning people loose last weekend against the Jets.
Vinnie Serado on the Fan Hotline here with Nick and Jonathan on a Football Friday, on an F-Off Friday. All right, so I'm kind of eternally interested in when the national media starts talking about the job status of John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin, because it just feels evergreen. Anytime either guy hits any sort of rough patch, it's, they could move on from him. Do you think that's just the evergreen noise that has been around the Ravens because, quite frankly, Harbaugh's been there forever? Or do you think if this doesn't end up in a deep playoff run, that John Harbaugh actually might be in danger of losing his job or moving on?
Doesn't seem like that's Steve Bisciotti's MO. He's about consistency and stuff, and Harbaugh just got a new deal this past year. So I don't see it, and look at, they started off 1-5, and Harbaugh just got them coming back. Kind of the only reason that you would do anything, it'd be like Andy Reid and Philly. It's like, hey, this is good for both. Both need fresh starts. But I don't see that happening.
Lamar missed Wednesday. He was back out there today, and all signs are pointing to him being a full go, I think is what John Harbaugh labeled it as. What is your guys' anticipation with Lamar and how he's looked in recent weeks, getting right back, and then how it looks Sunday?
I think he looks good. I thought he handled the Minnesota situation extremely well with all the different stunts and fronts and blitzes and stuff. That Lamar's one of the best at blitzes and those types of things. And, I think he's looked, every time Lamar plays, to me, looks extremely good. He doesn't seem like he runs it as much this year as he has in the past, but he can throw the ball. He can make any throw possible, any throw that he needs to.
Vinny, are the Ravens fully back, or do you still think they have a ways to go?
The O-line is the concern for me. That's what I talk about every day on the radio, because when I watched them, they had one drive last week where it was beautiful, where all 5 linemen, the fullback, everybody was on point. And that's what happened all the time last year. And this year, it's like 4 guys do it right, 1 guy does it wrong, so there's no gain. And that's the issue that they've had. And I think that's why Derrick Henry doesn't have the numbers that he had last year, because there's only one different guy in the O-line, Patrick McCary, and Voorhees, the left guard. To me, he hasn't been playing that well anyhow, but they just don't do it consistently. They did it against Buffalo, for 3 quarters, and then they did it for one drive, which was beautiful drive. They just bam, 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 right down the field. Henry's getting 10, 12, getting the body on a body, comboing up to the backers. But other than that, they don't do that, and that's why he's getting hit in the backfield a lot.
Yeah, it's funny because he's still almost averaging 5 yards a carry, but he was almost 6 yards a carry last year. And, last year he led the league in touchdowns, led the league in first downs, obviously had almost 2,000 yards. And it's like there is a drop-off there from last year to this year with Derrick Henry.
Yeah, and he only had 23 yards rushing against Cleveland the first time. And the Ravens were, 3 of 12 on third down, 240-some total yards, but they scored 31 points the second half. And a lot of that was because of the offense and special teams. And, if the Ravens don't turn it over, I think it'll be tough for them to lose, because I'm guessing that Cleveland at some point will make a mistake, turn the ball over, and give field position. Because against that defense, Schwartzy's awesome, man. When I was at the Redskins, we interviewed Schwartz, and he was a great interview. Good guy. He was just real young at the time.
All right, Vinny, since we're on the topic of coaching, it's been interesting. There are some people who have been big Stefanski supporters whose opinions have started to change because of the last 2 years. He's an offensive head coach. The offense is terrible. What's your read on Stefanski 6 years into his journey as a Browns head coach?
I'm guessing the Deshaun Watson thing didn't help him out, and then they've been searching for a quarterback ever since. The sad part is their defense is championship defense, and their offense, is ranked in the 30s and everything. So, that's the issue. It kind of reminds you of, when Brian Billick was the offensive guy for the Ravens, and their offense stunk. What they have, 5 games in a row where they didn't score a touchdown? But the defense was super, and they won that way. And, the Browns can't get that done. Who knows what happens? But, to me, if I'm looking at it, they're going to be picking a quarterback again unless we see, they give Shador a chance to see what he can do. And if he's not the guy, then in the draft, they'll be looking at QB, and then they're starting over again offensively.
At this point, would you just go to Shador?
After this week, the only problem is with that offensive line, at least Gabriel's got some mobility. How will Shador handle it, where if he's got to be scrambling all over the place? But, because he took a lot of sacks at Colorado, and if he can handle, if he shows the mobility and stuff, you got to give him a chance, because you got to find out.
Vinny, I'd love line play. I love trench play. It's always like my obsession is if you got a good quarterback and you're stout in the trenches on both sides of the ball, You have a chance to do something. I do believe that. I'm old school. I just wanted to brag like that. I do want to know, like, I'm so used to Baltimore finding their Marshall Yondas and their Osemiles and their just time after time restocking that offensive line effortlessly. What has happened to get to this point with this offensive line? I mean, even Linderbaum, people are speculating he might not be long for Baltimore, given the fifth-year option being declined and the fact that he hadn't looked as good this year because of the problems around him.
Yeah, he has problems with big guys over him. You know, that's his biggest problem because he's really athletic and stuff. The problem, like with Rosengarten has kind of gone backwards from last year. He was playing good at the end of the year, you know, his rookie year. And this year, I don't know what the problem is, but he doesn't anchor very well. That's a big problem. You know, and Falele, he has a problem with anything athletic, and Voorhees has had a kind of a problem with both. So I don't know I mean, if I had the answers, you know, they would be doing a lot better, I guess. But it's just, they're just so inconsistent, and I don't know why. You know, I mean, it is a different coach from last year, but he was there from training camp on last year.
Vinny, I want to ask you about, because you were, you know, obviously in front offices for so many years in the NFL. I want to ask you what your guys' perception and like what your buddies that were also in the NFL, what your perception of what the Browns did with Paul DePodesta and bringing in a baseball guy that has admitted in recent days he didn't know a single thing about football when he got hired. He was trying to get his sea legs underneath him. His player evaluations at that point on a scale of 1 to 100 was a 0. What'd you guys make of the Browns giving that an experiment the way they did, and then to watch it unfold?
Yeah, that was kind of a shocker. You know, I mean, just because there's so much to learn. I guess they just wanted all the analytical stuff. That's to me is the only reason you do it. You know, and yeah, I don't know that it hadn't worked that well. They haven't won that many games.
All right, Vinny, give us a prediction on Sunday. Be gentle.
I picked 24-10. I picked 24-10. Ravens. I just think it's going to be. I think I told Ravens fans they're going to have to be patient, you know, because that's a tough defense and it'd be tough sledding. I said if the Ravens can run it in the first quarter and they're running well, then it can be a blowout. But otherwise, I think it's going to be a tight game for a while.
What's the radio like on Monday if the Browns win?
Fire Harbaugh.
That sounds about right. Vinny, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate your time.
All righty. Thanks, guys.
Vinnie Serado there of 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore on the Fan Hotline. Gave us plenty to react to about this game. Just get a win, damn it, please. Reaction to Vinny in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Well, I've watched the film, and then I went back and watched week 2. I mean, week 2 was 10-3 at the half, and the Ravens blocked a punt in the second quarter to get, good field position, which got them the touchdown and up 10-3. So it was tight. I think the biggest problem is the defense just wears down, and then the offense or special teams give up short fields and make it real difficult on the defense. Because the defense, they're really good.
Vinnie Serado, former NFL GM, now with the Fan in Baltimore, and I think it continues to be. It kind of goes in line with what we said with Zack Jackson. It's like, I understand Zach's point that it doesn't feel like the rebuild's actually doing anything, but yet you've got Myles Garrett, you've got Schlesinger, you've got Denzel and Delpit. Like, you've got impact players on every level of the defense, and I think you have some I think the defense really is close enough that if you just got adequate quarterback play and adequate and really good offensive line play, I really don't think the Browns are that far away.
So the very first years of Stefanski, and this includes obviously when Baker had to deal with the shoulder injury, it was like a yo-yoing where each season it felt like the defense and the offense were switching. The offense was then really good while the defense struggled a little bit, and the defense was really good and then the offense struggled a little bit. Past couple of years, it's been pretty consistent now where we have it, where the defense is, you're the belle of the ball, and like the offense is just playing catch up. And so it's not like this, at least it's not a back and forth for them. They've at least made up their mind. Defense good, offense bad, and I guess now you can attack it whatever way you want.
Now, I think what's funny about it is Vinny sure seemed like he was pitching that this is going to be a close game, and then we asked him for his prediction, and he has the Ravens winning by 14 points.
Yeah, it was still a 2-touchdown difference. So was he not only covering the spread, but almost doubling the.
Was he thinking that everyone expects this to be like a 30-point game?
He went on like a 7-minute thing about how basically the Ravens' offensive line is a bunch of tomato cans.
Yeah,
and we should just not even bother deal. Okay, you have flaws. I get it. But they really feel like it's saying the champagne's flat on the Titanic. It really feels like you're just trying to like get in a pit of misery with us, and that's nice. I appreciate that, Vinny, but you didn't need to do that.
I would also like to point out that this is where we get to talk about the get-in prices on Sunday, because that's the time of year we're in. It's only 14 days into November, and we're already looking at get-in prices as low as $6 per ticket,
which is crazy low. Lamar Jackson versus Myles Garrett should be better than $6 a ticket. But if you told me you had free tickets for me, I'm still not going to this game.
Oh, I actually would.
Well, all right, it's $6 a ticket. You're basically there.
Well, no, because remember we got to do $75 in fees for each ticket.
What are fees if you just straight up? I have not bought something with fees from forever.
They're really bad.
I don't go to many things.
A $6 ticket's going to be like $14, and because again, it's based off. Whatever the hell they want it to be based off of. But no, I'd like, I'll be honest with you, we made plans with our friends Megan and Joe on Sunday. Very excited for that.
To watch the game?
After I saw it went to $6, I was like, well, I'd take the Wilson girls and Mama Bear. And
why not?
Honestly,
take Megan and Joe, too.
So we got the Mac for Mutts tailgates, which that's coming up this weekend. Make sure to swing by. If you guys don't know about that, I'll tweet about it on Twitter. I've been there every year. I couldn't go this year because we're doing home renovations. And I honestly thought midway through the week, I'm like, well, can I put this off one more week so we can go to the game? Then I could go to the tailgate.
Yeah.
And inevitably, we already had plans. But, I think this is a great opportunity. I actually, honestly, guys, we're not going to get a lot of these opportunities for $6 games in about 4 years. I think if you're somebody who doesn't usually get to take your family, I The weather's going to be the weather. The Browns are going to be the Browns. Why the hell not?
Well, and here's another reason why you might want to do it. And now I seem like a Browns ticket salesperson, although this might not sound like a Browns ticket salesperson.
You haven't emailed me 15 times today, so you can't be a Browns.
Season tickets right around the corner. Okay, great. Thank you. No, thank you. When Shador starts, you're not going to be able to have $6 prices.
Oh, I've definitely heard this theory.
Like when Shador starts, you'll be paying out the yin-yang.
I've heard this theory that people are buying up very tickets after this. Like, what's the next home game? Is it the Titans game?
I think it's a good question.
I think it's Titans. No, 49ers.
I thought the Titans. All right, go ahead.
It's one of those.
How about
two.
like the Bears? I think the Bears is. No, Bears might be on the road. We're not good at the schedule game right now.
However, I've heard people say that basically it's like prospecting. They're buying home games before December or right at the cusp of December.
Okay.
And being like, worst case scenario, if Shador starts and the prices go through the roof, and then I can sell those tickets at like a 3-time premium, and then I just don't end up going.
So, like, 49ers, Titans. 49ers game is not going to have a bunch of 49ers fans aren't going to be there for that. Titans game, they don't travel and their team stinks.
Yeah.
So, like, that just is what it is. But the Bills game and the Steelers game, those are basically going to be Bills and Steelers home games.
Yep.
We've all accepted that, right?
Yeah, but Shador's that's not going to be his first start. His first start's going to be either the 49ers or Titans, unless Dylan pulls the sword from the stone.
I actually think it's a really smart idea.
Yeah.
I think it's really smart. Buy the tickets now because they're incredibly cheap, and then when Shador gets a start, you'll 5x, maybe 6 or 7x that price.
Actually, the worst part about this, I said the worst case scenario is, well, the premium goes up on the tickets and then you sell them and you make a profit. Now, the worst case scenario is you actually have to go to the Browns game.
Not at $6 a ticket, I don't.
I don't know. Oh, well, again, it's going to be $20 a ticket because of the damn fees.
I'll eat those tickets. I'll make sure I'll do anything but go to those games.
Oh, come on.
It's like in 2016, 2017. I never forget because Dustin, I think, had either like a mini season ticket plan or something like that, and he called me up and was like, "Hey, man, I got these awesome seats for you if you want them." And I'm like, "I don't want to go to that. Like, I don't want to do that, man."
So the only thing,
thank you. That's where I'm at right now with this team.
I'll
watch my couch. I like my couch.
The only thing I'd say about this early in the season is you can end up messing around and getting a nice 50-degree day. And 50-degree
it's supposed to be like 60 tomorrow.
Yeah, so 50-degree day in November.
I'm going to go out and play 9 holes tomorrow.
It's a football game. It's the NFL. How many of those? I'm not made of money. How many times do you actually get to go to the NFL game? Come on.
Okay,
now.
So the sad part about this, and this is where you're just going to call me a loser and say whatever you need to say about it, but have you seen that 4 o'clock window?
I have not, loser.
Rams, Seahawks, Broncos, Chiefs.
Or the Browns.
The best games of the week exist alongside this Browns game.
Lamar
and not only the best
Miles.
games of the week. Broncos Chiefs is legitimately, to this point, the best game of the season. And you can make an argument that the second best game of the season, if you just look at like a win-loss perspective and where these two teams are, is the other game I mentioned in the Seahawks and the Rams.
I got to say on this, it's Lamar versus Miles. I cannot guarantee you that the Browns are going to keep it within 14
They're
on
lucky
Sunday.
It's on my main screen on Sunday because this is my job and this is what I have to do. And I'm happy to watch these games. But come on, like the 2 other games are premium games.
No, I'm selling you on why you should go to the game. It's Lamar versus Miles. I can't guarantee you the output of this game, where it's going to go. So
last
that's
time
just
I'll
the
ever
cherry
see
on
Lamar
top.
play Myles Garrett in a Browns uniform.
Could be.
That could.
Not just that,
where were you in moment?
You're almost guaranteed that Miles is going to eat in this game.
Well, yeah, with how bad that offensive line is right now, he probably should.
At this point, $6 is an absolute steal, plus fees, is a absolute steal to watch Lamar get beat up by Miles and then win by 20 points.
My couch is better. The other games are better. I think you know what it takes to get me out to go to a game these days anyway, though? It takes a good amount in general. It has to be better than this.
That's the saddest thing in the world.
Has to be better than this.
What's become of Jonathan Peterlin? I remember Downtown Johnny. I remember sushi after the Browns game. Yeah. I remember the good days.
That was the first time you ever had sushi, right?
I remember, yes. And I have not. I don't think I've had a lot of sushi since.
Markoch, we went to this like hibachi bar, and I was like, "You got it. You're gonna love sushi. It's gonna be for you." This is like 10 years ago. Like it's gonna be for you. You're gonna love it. And I don't know.
We did house some sushi.
I thought we had a lot of sushi.
There was a lot of sushi consumed. And
you were eyeing the hibachi the entire time. I thought, but we did it.
I stayed on mission, and
that's right.
We drank enough that and this was when I was at night making no money. I don't think Vanessa was working yet, It was after the kids were born, after the 20s were born.
I was definitely very single at that point.
We
Mark
were
Koch. Think about that for a second.
The money was a real problem, and I had to take at that time like a $40 Uber home. And the fact that I'm still married today, I think that tested the mettle of that relationship. Because not only was it how much did you pay for the Uber and how much did you pay for the booze?
For the booze and the sushi.
And the sushi.
Yeah.
There was, and I now have to drive you back to Cleveland tomorrow to get your car. And I was like, but, the kids fall asleep in the car. Oh, it was thank God it was late at night when I got home, and it was just, I got reamed for like 15 minutes, and by the next day, it was just, I'm going to ignore you.
That was nice living downtown. I felt like I was like hosting people after these games, It's like, all right, we can have sushi, we can drink, we can hang out. It's always a good time, and now you can't get me to leave my house for these games.
Every time someone would be like, no, let's and I actually had a lot of people do this, because they knew we were not flush with money at the time, and so they knew Nick is cheap, and he likes free food and drink. And so it'd be like, I'm going to take you to this spot and drinks and dinner on me. And it would work. But every time I'd have to pay or tell her even the worst thing, which was, baby, I'm just going to sleep in the studio because I got to sober up and I don't want to pay for that $40 Uber. And she's like, okay, so now you're not coming home. And I was like, I thought I was being responsible.
And I know you were just sleeping at the studio, but as a married person, if my wife was ever like, I gotta sleep at the studio, I gotta make sure I'm all good, I'd be like, all right, that's a little suspicious.
By the way, while the kids were young, like now, if I was just like, hey, I got a hotel up here because I overindulged, I'll see you tomorrow morning. She'd be like, no, that's a responsible decision because my kids are 12 and 15.
Mark Koch,
when the kids are under 4, it's your ass.
He used to show up here at like 3 o'clock for his 7 o'clock show, like incredibly early, sometimes even like 2:30, and we'd be like, why is he here so early? And I had to remind myself, all his kids are really young. Like, this is actually a place to get work done.
Yeah.
He's got no chance at home of getting any work done.
Now I've got an office. I go into my office and I get work done, and then it's like, well, I guess it's leaving time. I'll put it off for another 30 minutes. Even when the kids are home now, I can do this. But at that time, it was like, do you want to prep on the toilet? Because that's about the only spot.
But we're describing what Mark Koch should be doing right now. Mark Koch, why aren't you going to these games? It's $6 a ticket. You're young. You're single. At least I think you're single. I haven't confirmed that or not. Like, this is your time.
Yeah, Jake and I have these conversations at night, too, about how I really don't do anything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you got to do things.
But I don't.
Be a participant in life, and then you get married, and you have kids, and then you turn into me. But, like, for the meanwhile, be a participant.
Right now, so much of my life is work. I don't just work here. I have a second job. So, like, sometimes, like, when I'm, like, in my apartment alone, it's like, that's like, I just need that time.
That's your
to be
highlight of the week.
Oh, no, that sounded sad.
I wouldn't say that.
He was like, I just need that
That's
time.
the way it came off. I'm not saying it's the way it is.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing.
Oh, poor Mark.
And I've worked here since the station launched in 2011, right? But I've had kids for longer than I've worked here, which means I never got to just be like, hey, like reach out to the Browns and be like, hey, can I have free tickets? Or just do the thing that I did when my kids were little, which is I'm just going to take the press pass.
Yeah.
Because I've always had kids. And so there's a part of me that when I see like Mac and Mark Koch and all the young guys, I'm like, guys, why aren't you just asking for the season credential just to go?
That's what I did for the first.
And they feed you there
for
too.
the first 3 years that I was here. I went to everything. I was at every like 80% of the Guardians games. I was at every didn't miss a Browns game. I went to everything. And now I'm like, all right, we're good. I did a lot of it to the point where I'm like, all right, I'm all right now.
You made the case that this is the worst game of the year or the least watchable game because of the schedule.
Yeah, and I think it's because Rams, Seahawks, Broncos, Chiefs, biggest spread of the weekend, one of the lowest over-under point totals of the weekend. Like the combination attached to all 4 of those things tells you that this might be the least watched NFL game of the entire year.
I'm calling to young Clevelanders. We're talking the single folks, right? Whether you're 30 or 25 or 22, if you've got $6 plus fees in your account, go to this game. You only have so many Sundays in life. My plans are made. I'm an old man. I can't do it. You have to do this. Go to the game for the Gipper.
You can't even tell yourself like, oh, I'll catch one a couple weeks from now. It'll always be here. The way that in seasons past you have so many more games because once Shador starts, Those ticket prices are going way up.
2-1, and here's the added bonus. You can get $6 and you can still see Shador.
I mean, yeah, from the bench.
No, what if Dylan gets benched
if
in
he
this
plays
game?
at the half?
Yeah.
And for enough people, $6
it's the greatest
to see,
hedge bet ever.
Well, yeah, I guess. And then you can say, oh, that's like the Baker Thursday night Jets game.
Yep.
He comes in at halftime, saves the day, and that is one of the most memorable Browns games in the past 25 years.
Yep.
Legitimately.
And worst case scenario, you just get to sit in the stands and listen to everybody argue about Shador Sanders. That's the worst case scenario. Best case scenario is he plays, wins the game, Hall of Fame career takes off right then and there.
And then you were there.
Yep. Just like the perfect game. Just like old Lenny Barker says.
That's how it always works.
216-474-0092. Would you go to this game on Sunday for free? JP says he wouldn't.
No.
If I didn't have plans, I'm
trying to figure out what the price. I'm trying to figure out what the price would be to pay me to go to this game. Is what I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I'll watch the game. I'm gonna watch the game.
All right,
I don't know what the payment is.
And pay me $50 to go to the game.
I don't even know that I do it.
And free drinks at the game. And free food at the game.
I really want to watch this stupid Chiefs-Broncos game.
Donovan's post-game comments in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Shoulder of 40 West and 77. Stop and go on 90 West around Deadman's Curve. And Jennings Freeway North. This is Kayla Coljohn on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch the Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
We got the lead coming up in 15 minutes. Daryl Ryder joining us in just about 6 o'clock today, as he does every single football and F-off Friday. Big responsibility for me this weekend. Big responsible for me today. I want to brag. My wife is actually entrusting me to order the pizza for tonight.
That's not a thing that normally happens?
So Vanessa's very chill about
Did you go
everything.
rogue? Is that what the problem here?
So it's Fridays. Your boy's a little more likely to go off script on the pizza. And previously I've shown up with like a Cajun crusted flavor.
You get too cute with it. I understand what's going on here.
So this is yes. Or I'll be like, hey, this one has onions, and then the kids won't eat. So it's like a big trust. Wadsworth's got a playoff game tonight. Good luck, Grizzlies. Good luck to everybody playing in the high school football playoffs tonight. The team's still up there. But she's like, hey, I think the kids can wait till you get home. But then she made sure to specify, get one pizza for this sect of the family, and then these are the acceptable pizzas for the other half of the family. And I was like, okay, this is a lot of explaining. I'm a grown man.
One thing is that as Elise and I we are when it comes to pizzas, we're simpatico. We have our favorites are the same favorites, and that's like it's odd that it works out that way, but it works out that way. I can't imagine when the kids get old enough to have to be like, so we have to order a pizza for you guys because you don't like what mommy and daddy orders.
There was such a time where...
That's going to blow my mind.
There was such a time where it was like... And I had the deal with Master's Pizza, so I always had a little nice
Pizza.
bonus off there. We do love ourselves some Master's Pizza. But because I get a discount, there was a thought that, that means we can order more. I'm saying this because I wasn't the one thinking that. Then I'd come home and there'd be 4 pizzas.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, what in the... Who do you think I am? I'm not Bezos. I'm not...
We're not a 4-pizza family.
And by the way, it's incredibly affordable pizza with our friends at Master's Pizza. But I'm not 4 pizzas kind of money. What the hell are you doing? And so we're going to get 4 pizzas tonight. JK, LOL. No, 2 pizzas.
You each get your own pizza. That's how we're trending in this world. Everyone's got their specialty. When did it become such a thing? It used to be cheese, pepperoni, sausage. That was really it. Nobody deviated from it, but now everyone deviates constantly from the pizza order.
Well, because there's so many awesome ways. Like
we
chicken,
went
bacon, ranch,
I know.
the great potato and steak.
I think as a society we were better off when we just kept it cheese, pepperoni, sausage, and let's just hang out there.
I would like to
let's
point
make
out,
this less complicated. Let's just hang out. Let's just keep the basics here, people.
I would like to point out
I got to get different pizza
that
orders.
There was
from
a time.
I have you want chicken bacon ranch on yours? I got to order a whole different pizza because you like chicken bacon ranch.
The Peterlin I met,
it's insane. Just
would want to kick this Peterlin's ass.
Maybe.
Yeah, you don't go out and you're going to get cheese pizza and you're going to like it.
I make a lot of jokes about that. I just don't go to Browns games. Is the idea? We go out. We within reason.
Like if it's like a Friday night, like June.
Oh, stop it! I tell you my plans.
And
every
the kids
weekend.
are already asleep. No,
we're doing things now. Lately, though, I do feel like we're not doing as many things because I got a 7-week-old. You just don't do a lot of things.
I miss that
when
excuse.
You have an under 3-year-old and a 7-week-old. You just don't do things. That's why it's on top of my mind. The idea that I just don't do as many things right now is because I was just talking with Elise about this the other day. It's like, yeah, but it does make sense. We do have a kid that's under 2 months old.
John in Berea, does your significant other let you order the pizza?
100%, and that's kind of the transition that I wanted to talk to you about since you are a Wadsworth person. I grew up in Wadsworth, alumni in 1999, and I am currently going down to my hometown with my son, and we are going to Marie's before we go to the game. So I need to know is your wife telling you that you have to get Marie's? Because if so, you better never let her go.
All right. So this is the
some
one
inside Wadsworth jokes going on here.
But it's an Italian joint.
Yes, we do, Peterlin.
By the way, if everybody didn't feel about pizza there, don't forget about their chicken parm, because that chicken parm kicks. I mean, not kicks like hot. I mean, it just slaps. That's what I meant. Slaps. I'm old. I cannot comment on the pizza place that I will be going today.
Yeah,
but it's not Marie's.
I have never heard you mention that pizza place.
Oh, I feel like listen. I know some people think that look
part of our
pizza in this
deal
area.
Here, though, is that I know your favorite pizza places.
Yeah, but you don't know them in Wadsworth.
You've never mentioned a pizza place in Wadsworth.
Yeah, well, because
I know your favorite pizza place in Ohio City. Nonetheless, one in Wadsworth.
This is the problem. Is it's not just that in my household, 5 different people have 5 different tastes in pizza.
Mm-hmm.
We also have 5 different favorites. So the last time we went in Wadsworth, again, I got to specify, it was to the place that the caller said. Now it is no longer my choice to choose. But the good news is,
did they piss you off? What happened?
No. Because it's like the waiver wire. You all right, Dad got to choose last time. Now who's going to be home? That kind of thing.
Okay.
I think I know where they're going to go, because the Twins are a little simpatico with that. But the great thing is, if you ask the Twins and say, "Hey, we're going here," they'll be like, "Yeah." There'll be a great expression or a bad one.
Mm-hmm.
With that, it's like, "We're going to go here." I'll be like, "Yeah." Okay, now we're going to go here. Also, yeah. Hey, we're going to go to this third place.
Yeah.
Triple yeah.
That's how I am, too. I'm not as picky when it comes to that stuff at this point.
I will tell you, it's so weird. Wadsworth just has good pizza, man.
That is.
If you want local chains, you got it. If you want just local spots, you got it. There's a little bit of everything there. No Detroit style, though. Could use some Detroit style.
Yeah, now they sell Detroit style in the grocery stores, thow.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Now there's a couple decent ones.
I'm sure there is, but I want somebody tossing the dough. You know what I mean?
Well, someone did toss the dough, and then they put it in a package, and then they shipped it off in the freezer, and then it just kind of sat in the grocery
Pizza
store
Hut
aisle.
No, thank you.
I'm on a grocery store pizza kick at the moment. Yeah. I'm always on a lifelong pizza kick, but I'm on a grocery store pizza kick at the moment.
The way you've described your life in the last 20
Jack's
minutes.
pizzas for like 3 for $10, and you just stock them up in the freezer.
I think
and you just
it's really
eat them
disappointed people.
Why? Why is that disappointing to you?
I don't go out. I eat grocery store pizza.
Well, within reason.
There's something else. I don't remember.
Within reason. Well, I don't go to Browns games. That's for sure. At this
Czar in Fairview Park. What's up, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
I'm about to have some real pizza. I'm feeling really good, Czar.
I'm throwing you the perfected in pizza: pepperoni, mushroom, onion, and bacon.
Just the mushroom thing. That's my no-fly list. I can do just about every traditional, not pepperoni, every traditional pizza topping. I'm down to clown with at this age. I just can't mess with mushroom. I love the taste, but it's the texture. It creeps me out.
All those toppings too, though. That'll be like a $75 pizza.
That's fair.
Oh no! You can get it. I'm telling you, the wife, she doesn't like mushrooms, and for a handful of years, I'd get a pepperoni mushroom. She'd eat it, and then she finally broke down. She goes, "I really don't like mushrooms."
Wow,
that's
like a good woman that she ate mushrooms.
That's actually really nice
forever.
Of her. That's a green flag trait, by the way. If they're willing to eat the foods that you like, and they don't even like them, but they don't have the heart to tell you they don't like them, that's a green flag.
She doesn't mind the mushrooms, but I'm like, hey, I'm going to put mushrooms on a pizza, and then it needs something else. Oh, a little bit more mushroom. I'm mushrooms all the time.
Yeah. So, and I thank you for the call, buddy. Good stuff. Vanessa's the same way. Like, and she's the only one in the house that likes mushrooms on anything anyway. Like, again, I like the taste. Like, I'll grate a mushroom and put in like a pasta sauce because I just can't do the texture. It just wigs me out.
Okay.
Especially on pizza where everything tastes so fresh, and then it's like, this tastes processed as hell, even though it's not. It's natural. But yeah, since day one I've told Vanessa, if you order pizza with mushrooms, I am out. Not like I'm leaving you, just in like I'm not eating that pizza.
Yeah, because everyone's got their different pizza orders now. It's insane. It's insane how we've gotten here.
You're right. That is a green flag trait right there. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Auditorium. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markatch.
Tune in to Ken Carmen and Anthony Lima, 6 a.m. on Monday morning for all the best Browns reaction. And now, catch the show live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Daryl Ryder coming up in 1 hour's time. Now, all I want to do is eat some damn pizza, but I just got to wait. Just got to wait about 3 hours. The Twins have told me where they want to get it for because it's their time to pick, so now it's just about, can Dad land the plane on this? But Daryl Ryder in 1 hour's time. It is an F-off Friday. It's a football Friday. It's I'm going to eat a buttload of pizza Friday. And let's get to the lead here. Browns pass rusher Myles Garrett spoke to reporters earlier today about the team setting the standard and staying focused with eyes towards the postseason.
It's an everyday thing. They'll continue to, have that standard. There's no checking out. There's no looking for somewhere to hide or surrendering. We still have a great opportunity to push ourselves in the playoffs if we do what we need to. You win out. There's a great possibility with how things have gone in the division that we could still be in this race. But you have to believe it. So just making sure the guys know and understand that, and I'm putting in that same work, with that same effort that we have from the very beginning of the year. You expect the guys to respond.
In what race? Oh, Nick, they got to Myles. Somebody got to Myles.
They brainwashed him?
Somebody got to him and said, listen, if you want this trade to go down in the offseason, can you just be good for a couple weeks? Because that was the attitude. That was company man Myles right there, is what that was.
We'll see if
in the playoff race. What race are you talking about?
We'll see if he keeps that on Sunday. If we see another New England performance.
That's a good point, because sometimes we've gone into a Myles Friday and been like, that was a real calm Myles Friday, to then have a Myles storm on Sunday. So maybe that will be what happens. He rides it, man. He goes up and down, but that's company man Myles there. That's tough.
So the talk about the playoff stuff is just ridiculous. But I know why he has to do it. Again, he's trying to be.
He's trying to not be.
Put his leader cap on.
Yeah, he's trying to not be news headlines every single time he speaks. And I'll give him credit on this, Nick. I didn't see anybody quoting out any tweets or anything like that saying Myles said this or said that. And it's been a long time since we've gone through a Friday where that has not been just littered through my timeline.
Now, all that being said, the Browns do have an opportunity here. I understand why the Browns aren't going to make the playoffs. I believe they are given a 1% chance of making the playoffs as of right now. I get why that causes, once it's just a yes or no. Once that happens, it's a lost season, it doesn't matter. There's so much that's going to determine the future of the Browns over these final 8 games. How the offense looks, the decision on when and if you go from Dillon to Shedeur, and not just that. Kevin Stefanski is better at home. His teams are better at home than they are on the road, which is just a process of elimination because they're just atrocious on the road.
1 road win in 2 seasons will do that for you.
5 of your final 8 games are here at home. There is the path. I don't know that they're going to take it, but this is another game on Sunday where you want to wash the stink of the Jets loss off you. Well, that was an egregious loss. This would be an egregious loss for Baltimore. Here's the opportunity. Let's see, because that Myles sounds very connected, right? Let's see how connected the team is, because I think a lot of people came away from the Jets game thinking, oh, that's the kind of loss where this thing spirals out of control from here. There is something to be said for this thing doesn't spiral out of control, and that being a success from here if you're the Cleveland Browns, and it begins on Sunday.
All right, let's get into this matchup. Vinnie Serado, 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, joined us last hour to preview the big game.
Well, I've watched the film, and then I went back and watched week 2. Week 2 was 10-3 at the half, and the Ravens blocked a punt in the second quarter to get, good field position, which got them the touchdown and up 10-3. So it was tight. I think the biggest problem is the defense just wears down, and then the offense or special teams give up short fields and make it real difficult on the defense. Because the defense, they're really good.
So he's right. In this big picture, it makes you wonder, are they really that far away, or do they just Do they just need something respectable on offense? I understand that. At the same point, hey, if you take out the miscues, the Browns are a playoff team. Yeah, there's a lot of miscues.
A lot of miscues.
Like, there's so many miscues. So, and by the way, some of the, I don't want to say a fair amount, some
really
of those are on the defense.
Other than that, how was the play Mrs. Lincoln moment, if you've ever heard one? I mean, that was, you can't, I mean, what are we doing here?
Yeah, and I just, like, listen, all right, it's 7.5 point line. Keep it close. Make this a competitive game.
Well, so the part I liked from what Vinny had to say, though, and he is right, it feels like the Browns do keep these games close at the half. Like, they're there, they are, but it's just, you get to the third and fourth quarter, and then it feels like a completely different game. Like, how many times this year have you looked at the half, even though you know the offense isn't doing anything, and you know the game is shot, but you're like, oh, that's a 3-point game.
Yeah, but
it does seem close.
But keeping it close at the half just isn't a metric that anyone would be like, the Browns have been in every game at the half. So they're basically,
and we still count them as blowouts. Like when the Patriots blew them out, it was still a blowout, even if at half it was 10-7, and people were like, "Well."
I think Vinny was given a single kudo because they haven't been like a 4-quarter blowout.
I think Vinny just wanted to point out the idea that he's watched enough Browns games to see that in the fourth quarter the defense is tired and they collapse. And you know what? I'll thank you for that, Vinny, because sometimes we have people that come on the show and you're like, do you even watch the games that we're talking about? Vinny clearly watches them, so I like that.
Zack Jackson, The Athletic, joined us at 3 today. He spoke about what Kevin Stefanski needs to do to be safe in 2026.
I think real improvement in implementation of plans towards improvement. I mean, I would just say, frankly, Nick, I probably mean the front office more, if not as much, obviously, as the head coach in terms of what I believe needs to change right now. But, I don't think there's any really rebuilding going on. And I think the first 4 guys they drafted are really good players. But, I'm not seeing anything in terms of a build. I see a built defense, right? But I see an offense that for the second straight year is completely sunk. I see every week a combination of weird, bad fundamental football in some areas, multiple, that's leading to this team being in a bad spot. And as soon as this team's in a bad spot, it just doesn't recover. So, these games are supposed to be close. They're supposed to be competitive. They should have won in week 1. They won in week 3 when they didn't score a point for 56 minutes. But just overarching here, for a season and a half, this offense has been unwatchably bad. It does not score. It does not scare anyone. So that probably is what would have to change.
I mean, yeah, that's the right way to put it. Unwatchably bad, doesn't scare anybody. This offense is, it's not hyperbole when people like Albert say one of the worst offenses in the NFL over the previous 3 seasons. It's really just an orchestra of suck, and I hate it.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. I think it's really interesting that if the Browns' offense was great and the defense was the problem, like in Dallas, like in Cincinnati, that maybe the rebuild wouldn't feel so far away or so far off from competitiveness.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing I continue to come back to, you can't be an offensive head coach and have the worst quarterback in the NFL and the worst offense in the NFL. That's at some point they're going to be like, and what do you do here? Because Schwartz kind of got the defense rolling.
Right. I mean, well, think about it. Zach Taylor, offensive side of the ball, he's got that taken care of in Cincinnati, even if the defensive side stinks. Schottenheimer in Dallas, it's just it goes hand in hand is the point I'm trying to make here. And so it's not good. I can't find any good things about it right now. Nathan Zagura joined the morning show today. He spoke about the possibility of the Browns replacing former Chief Strategy Officer Paul DePodesta during the season.
I don't know if they're going to replace him. My guess would be probably not. I have no idea, though. That's kind of all well above my pay grade. I think people are making a bigger deal of it than it was. I think this is something that was kind of the Browns were transitioning to this point anyway, so I don't think anything is changing, for example, in this season, if that makes sense to you. So I don't think that it's going to change now or going forward. Just depends on what direction they go. If they want to bring somebody else into that role, I have no idea what the ultimate organizational structure plan is from that standpoint, but this is not something that they were unprepared for.
So I don't want the chief strategy officer replaced. And it's funny, I've asked a few people, hey, can we just change the distribution here, right? All right, if it's 100% analytics and 85% football, can we just flip those things? And I think the point, everyone responds, well, everybody has analytics. Yeah, but everybody doesn't do it to the level the Browns do it. And I think whatever the level that they do it to is part of why they're not successful. You cannot measure everything in this game with a number. You have to understand that the people matter in this game. The dog in the fight matters more in this game than it does in other sports.
I don't want it replaced because I think there was too many cooks in the kitchen already as is, though. Like the reason why I'm not inching to get this thing like a new strategy officer is because, first off, it's a made-up position to begin with anyway. It's something they created for DePodesta. Why would I need that replaced? We can have another person in the room to wonder whose fault it is if they make a big signing like Deshaun Watson again.
Also, another guy who, when things are good, I mean, this is why Paul DePodesta's here, and then when things are bad, who really knows what Paul DePodesta really does?
Yeah, but he does business things. He's not even near the football team. Okay, sure.
Is that why he was next to the head coach during the draft?
Yeah, right? Like, I mean, what are we doing? And so, like, I get, it's actually a perfect spot for DePodesta to have existed in, but it's needless. You don't need to create a new position, or you don't need to at least replace a position that was once created for Paul DePodesta. Let this thing lie for a second.
The Cavs had a questionable game last night in a loss to the Raptors, 126-113 at home, and Cavs superstar Donovan Mitchell spoke about the team's up and down start to the season afterwards.
This regular season, everything started off perfectly. This has been an up and down start to the season. What can you learn from this and build off from this experience?
This is, I hate to sound like a sicko, but this is great. Like, to be honest, because last year you started 15-0, blowing teams out. You're never really mentally tested. I think now we've had, 8-5? Like, in those 13 games, we've had 13 different scenarios, right? We've had blowouts. We've had come from behind wins. We've had given up a lead and still won. We've had, like tonight, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's different things, and you're learning so much. And on top of that, our young guys have been phenomenal. Like, that's the thing that's been consistent the entire year. I don't think you see that if we go 15-0, right? So when we come to the playoffs, they know, the moments. We don't get that if we just go perfect. You go through all these things, and there were times in Utah we were 19-30 and then made the playoffs, right? So, like, the sky's not falling. These are great tests for us and great battles, and we're not worried as a group. We have things to fix. Don't get it twisted, but this is a good place and a good thing for us to learn.
It's a good spin. I hate that we're the spot I'm at with the Browns is I just appreciate the effort by Donovan to speak after a disastrous game and to try to give his own reasoning for why he thinks the sky isn't falling.
I just really like that Donovan Mitchell and Kenny Atkinson are in lockstep in their messaging, but without using the exact same words, right?
Yeah.
That using the exact same words and succumbing to groupthink because you use, hey, we own that, that makes you sound like a robot, not a human being. Explaining that this is a process and you're thinking about things like developing the end of your bench and understanding the importance of where you are and where you're going to be. Having both guys say that, I think, is just, again, it's leadership. And it's just every time I hear those guys talk, I go, man, wouldn't that be great to have that out of a head coach and a quarterback in Cleveland, too?
Yeah, and they can just be honest about it. Like, it was a bad Mobley game. It was a bad Allen game. It happens. It's not the end of the world.
I wonder, by the way, if sometimes some of the things that annoy us message-wise is because the Browns even have too many cooks in the kitchen in that regard. Meaning, like, it's not just Barry or Stefanski trying to figure out with the PR chief, hey, how do we say this? It's everybody's trying to shape that messaging together. You know what I mean?
Almost as if they spend too much time trying to get that message shaped to then send Stefanski out to deliver it, and then it just doesn't go the way they want to.
Yeah, like, we don't need 7 people deciding the messaging. It's the PR chief and whoever's going to be relaying the messaging, I would think. That being said, we got the Browns-Ravens on Sunday. What's at stake? For Dylan Gabriel on Sunday, that's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Plant Science and Landscape Technology program. Tri-C's Plant Science and Landscape Technology programs can help you transform your passion for horticulture into a career. Earn a degree or choose from short-term certificates in landscape contracting, tree care, and more. Learn more at tri-c.edu/PST.
The Buckeyes are number one in the playoff rankings. Whenever you need to talk college football, we've got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on-the-field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Now, one of the things that's been interesting this week with the Ravens game there, JP, has been Mary Kay, our buddy Spencer German. I've heard, and by the way, we've also heard other beat reporters suggest, if Dylan doesn't play well in this game, not only could this be his last game, but that this could be a game where maybe, much like the original Baltimore game where Dylan got the action for the first time, that we can actually see Shedeur Sanders on Sunday. And a very valid question you had is, well, do we know if Shedeur's been practicing? Because it wouldn't be fair if he's not getting normal reps.
Yeah, because last week left it off, I think it was the 21st. 21st comes to mind, October 21st. Stefanski told us he was getting 0 reps.
Yep, and so why we say that is, today Kevin Stefanski was asked about Shedeur's practice reps. Here's what he had to say.
No, he's doing a really nice job, including just now coming off the field with the red zone drill that we did. So continues to work very hard, doing a nice job in meetings, doing a good job in the field.
So that was him saying no, he's not getting any additional practice.
We missed the part before that, by the way. There's a whole clip before that where basically he's asked, has any amount of reps changed between Shedeur Sanders and Dillon Gabriel, or is Dillon getting basically all the reps? And he said no, like nothing's changed. And so
I'll ask you, does that change whether you want to see Shedeur on Sunday or not?
Well, hold on. There's two layers to this, right? Because I think there's also the part of the conversation that we've been having now for a couple of days of what exactly do these guys see in practice that would be able to tell them we need to be clamoring for Shedeur. Mm-hmm. This almost assuredly stamps down the idea that the only people that are watching Shedeur play in practice are not the veterans that could have the voice to this all. It's in fact the guys in the post-practice drills, as Kevin talked about in that clip. Those are the only ones, and those are young players. Those are practice squad guys. Those are rookie players. Those aren't the type of guys that are going to speak out and say, bench Dillon Gabriel, we want to see Shedeur Sanders.
So that speaks directly to the narrative of, well, Shedeur can't be that good because we don't have Myles Garrett kicking down the door and saying, play him or I'm not playing on Sunday.
Yeah, because Myles isn't watching him actually play in these practices. And so, Stefanski's doing a good job of at least on his own doing these post-practice drills and trying to see where he thinks maybe Shedeur could be. That's good. All right, great. Let's keep that up. But as far as the veterans are concerned, like Devin Bush isn't out there playing against Shedeur Sanders. That's not existing. At least 2 months ago, when he was off to the side and he was on a completely different field when he was throwing to ball boys and practice squad members and everything else, the way that was set up when Dillon Gabriel was the backup, at least in that setup, maybe they'd catch a glimpse of him throwing a football from 35 feet away. They don't even have that opportunity now.
Yeah, I just think, I don't know. Do you think the Browns would put Shedeur in on Sunday without first team reps?
It doesn't sound like it. No, it doesn't sound like it. Now, would they do something like what they did with Dillon in week 2? You mentioned that, like 2 drives, a drive. If the game is a blowout, sure, I guess that's on the table. But the idea that he's going to come in there at the half, this doesn't sound like the type of quarterback situation where he's coming in at halftime. This sounds like the type of quarterback situation where Dillon could stink up the joint to the high heavens, which we've seen him do already this year, and that's Dillon's game to finish out. That's the impression that I get.
It does continue to feel like Shedeur's being held hostage just a little bit with parliamentary procedure and politics within the Browns. Mm-hmm. Just, and again, that doesn't mean Kevin's a bad guy for doing that, because it can go this way in the NFL, and biases are real, and I drafted that guy, I'm invested in that guy, I'm not invested in that guy, works all the time in the NFL. But it's just interesting to see that we're this late in the season, and that, quite frankly, Dillon has played this bad, and that we could be this close to changing quarterbacks, And, man, they're going to give Shedeur 1 week of reps with the ones and then maybe give him a shot on the field.
That's all it would be. Now, so that I think is when they start to crack that door open to the idea that he would appear in the third quarter if things aren't going well, or if he'd even appear in a game in general. I feel like you'll start to see that maybe through the reps in practice. But it's very important, Stefanski said, that nothing had changed from the last time we'd had this discussion, and that, in fact, then Dylan, what that means is that Dylan is still getting 100% of the reps. I think that's very important, because that tells me that Stefanski is still committed to Dylan Gabriel.
I think, I'll be honest with you, I think Stefanski is going to be committed to Dylan regardless. I think it's whether Stefanski succumbs to pressure from out, whether it's on his staff or from outside his staff that says, we've watched your guy play. He's not very good. Let's go to the other one.
And maybe that's Haslam. I'm not sure. We've kind of always pinpointed it to be Haslam when that day eventually does come. He just gets tired of watching Dylan stink up the joint and says, you got to do what I want now. And so maybe we'll get there. But this is interesting. But no, I'm nowhere closer to thinking that Shedeur is going to actually play this weekend.
I do think what's interesting is if Shedeur would play this weekend, whether it's for injury or anything else, it'd be really interesting if then he goes out and plays well in spite of the lack of reps.
For sure. It just means he could do it at any point, right? And he could just basically overcome anything. But if it's 2 drives and it's the fourth quarter of a blowout game, and at that point maybe even the Ravens have their backups in too. Like I just don't know. I don't even want that entry for Shedeur, if we're being honest about it.
It's going to be... Oh, come on. You wouldn't...
No, I kind of want him to have like a whole week set up and everything, and then have the big lead up into it where he gets to do everything down to what he did even in that first preseason game. I'm not saying you get Tony Brown back on the roster and we get the Mufasa stick. Yeah, I'm not saying we do that, but I like the idea of him having the whole week to gas himself up, get himself ready for the idea that he's starting, and then be able to just go off to the races. Something about Shedeur that I think loves that idea.
One thing I actually really like that they've done this year is get Dylan those reps in that first Baltimore game, because I think it just took pressure off the initial thing. And I know everyone's saying, Shedeur's built for that. Guys, it's a different level of pressure than he will ever face the first time he goes out there, especially if it's still when the Browns are talking playoffs with Myles Garrett coming out today.
He just seems so nonplussed by it all, though. It doesn't seem like that would even, like, for most quarterbacks, you're right. For him, I don't even know that it would register that way.
I don't think he's going to come out and be,
He's like a human beta blocker, though. Like, yeah, I feel like he doesn't.
I think he does a good job of keeping whatever he's feeling off to the side. You cannot tell me the second you tell that kid, hey, man, you're getting a game, he's not feeling some sort of nerves.
If it's pressure, I feel like he's one of those guys that with pressure he gets excited. There's I'm going to use the Donovan Mitchell term of calling people sickos, but those sickos that where most of us would just fold, they rise to the occasion. That to me is Shedeur. When it comes to like pressurized moments, it almost like juices them up even more.
216-474-0092. Kevin Stefanski says Shedeur's practice reps have not changed, which, again, that'll be about 3 weeks back that I think we had the first update on Shedeur becoming the backup, right? Or am I thinking 4 weeks back now? Whenever, basically, Kevin first said he's not getting first-team reps and they're all going to Dylan.
October 21st.
At some point, though, this has to be Dylan's last start for me. If Dylan plays poorly, or how about this?
Yeah.
I think Dylan has to have his best game on Sunday. If all
like
we
unequivocally best, or like one of those games like where last week it looked like, well, you can argue that's a better game from a statistical standpoint than the Vikings game, but my eyeballs tell me something different. Like, what are we talking about here?
I'll actually take that last one, where all right, it's his best game, but then we haggle over it. It's at least arguable that it's his best game.
PFF had the game last week as his very best game. I don't know anybody that watched that game said that it was his very best. But if we get that performance again, where instead of the 63.5 PFF grade, it's a 64, we're good then.
If it's close,
so we're trending upward,
and we're talking multiple touchdowns, then I reserve the right to change this.
Okay.
But if he has a step back, guys, and Kevin Stefanski continues to put him out there. At some point, I'm going to start getting really pissed, because you're not just wasting our time, you're wasting that locker room's time with your pet. And I can't tell you how much I need Dylan Gabriel just to have a big boy game on Sunday. I need to be able to defend, not even defend. Kevin needs to be able to defend Dylan's performance on Sunday rather than when he's directly asked by the media. So where have you seen the growth in Dylan? well, young quarterbacks have a lot of ups and downs. And no, Kevin, he said, where do you see growth from the first start to this start?
Yeah.
I need to see growth. I'd like to see growth now.
I'd like to see, easy now. I want the type of game where Stefanski does like the Kirk Cousins at the end of that is like, you like that, like that was so dominant. That was it was so impressive for so many different reasons that people after the game are fighting about Dillon Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders in a meaningful way. And the Gabriel gobblers, as you call them.
No. They call themselves.
I don't know that anybody admits to being a Gabriel gobbler.
Somebody in the YouTube chat called them Gabriel gobblers, and the name is stuck.
It's just a weird self-own. Is what that is. It's a weird self-own.
I mean, we had the Darnold Derelicts back in 2018.
You created that. No, they didn't call themselves
Many people called them that. Many people.
Yeah, you were you're very anti-Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It only took me 7 years to be wrong on him.
It only took you a really long time, and basically 99.9% of people forgetting you even had it.
Actually, this is my Geno Smith.
Is that what this is?
I did a flip-flop on Sam Darnold, where like about year 3 in with the Jets, I was like, all right, he's not good. I was wrong. Okay, whatever. Then I was just anti-Sam Darnold, and then once he got good again, I was like, guys, it's my Geno Smith with Dustin's long play on Geno Smith.
Yeah, hold on to your sports takes. They all turn a different direction. You just got to give them enough time. So anyway,
unless it's about Anthony Richardson.
Well, so maybe this is the week, though. Well, you're burying him. Who knows?
Future Browns quarterback?
Who knows? There's been thought pieces that have been written about that alone. All right, no, but I don't know. Like at the end of the game, that's what we need. All these people that thought they've been wrong about Dillon Gabriel the entire time to be like, you know what? Maybe I was right. And if we had a Gabriel gobbler on the station, if we had one of those guys, they'd come into the studio, chest pumped out, being like, I was right about him. Take that, Daryl Ryder.
Gobble, gobble.
Well, that's what you'd have to do if that's like your thing. It's just a lame thing. It's so
Who
lame.
do you think? All right.
What a self-owned by I can't believe there's even a Gabriel gobbler to begin with.
Our guy Brian with the I on Twitter. He's like every time.
This is why I like Brian's with a Y better.
Every time you talk about Dillon Gabriel, he goes. I will ask you.
Yeah.
Who's most likely to be the Gabriel gobbler here on the station?
Like if he turns good?
No. To like,
like on Monday. On Monday he looks good.
On Monday, yeah.
Jeff Phelps.
Yeah, damn it. It wasn't even because I thought maybe Lima because he's already positioned himself as anti-Shedeur.
Yeah, that's a bad spot.
But Lima can't, in good conscience, say anything.
No, he's too
flip
smart.
The switch on it.
He's too smart to do that. That would be operating in such bad faith.
What are we saying about Jeff Phelps then?
Oh, now that was a good pull by you.
Yeah,
that was a good. I feel like Jeff. I feel like Jeff has wild quarterback takes.
Yes, he does.
And so that's where I know that's where our brain is going. It's not about intelligence, obviously. It is about the idea that we have years of him just pulling random quarterbacks out of his ass and thinking that he likes these guys.
That's by the way, that's a good. You landed the plane there. It's not that he's an idiot. It's that he's a wild card.
He's a smart man. He is. When it comes to quarterbacks, you never know what Jeff Phelps thinks about quarterbacks.
All right,
all over the board with quarterbacks. He thought Joe Milton was like the Browns' answer. Like months ago, not years ago, like months ago.
Would you rather watch Joe Milton on Sunday or Dillon Gabriel?
At this point, yes, I would.
Yeah, me too.
I'd rather watch Joe Milton do just. I'd rather watch
Joe Milton's got a cannon on him. He's got a hose.
I know. I want to be able to throw 5-yard passes.
BL on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel saying Gabriel Glazers and Gobblers. The Glazers, that's funny. Yeah.
Jay Glazer might take offense, but that's neither here nor there.
Who's trying to glaze Jay?
Is that really the Glazer Foundation? It's just a Dillon Gabriel support group.
It's like when Mike Tomlin came out and gave a full write-up on Dillon Gabriel, and he's like, this guy passed for X amount of yards at Oregon. And look at that.
He just read his biography. It was like, great.
That's glazing for Gabriel.
You found a stats page. Congratulations. I know.
It's half the internet anyways.
Oregon fans don't even like Dillon Gabriel. That's how you knew Dillon Gabriel stinks.
No, my TikTok says otherwise.
Most Oregon fans don't even like Dillon Gabriel.
Nick Talk says otherwise because there are several Oregon fans.
I've been in too many of those message boards.
I made so many Dillon Gabriel short jokes, and all those Oregon fans were pissed at me.
They've moved on. They like Dante Moore now. That's how flimsy of a fan base it is. They just moved on to Dante Moore.
Do you think they still like Dillon, or do you think they like Dante Moore?
Nice.
Well done. 216-474-0092. What's at stake for Dylan on Sunday? And if we got any Gabriel Gobblers, Gabriel Glazers, we'll hear from you guys as well. But I think I can meet Jimmy Haslam halfway. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Dustin.
locks, and so much more with a 5-year labor warranty on all new installs. NEOFence.com.
The Ohio Turnpike East has an accident on the exit ramp of Route 8. 480 West is slow at Lee Road. This is Kayla Coljohn on 92.3 The Fan.
All day long.
All day.
All the time.
At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Sports Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
I'm going to meet Jimmy Haslam halfway in a minute here, but I got to tell you, this last week, I've told you about my love of square body trucks, specifically late 60s, 70s, and early 80s trucks. Man, it has ruined my algorithm. There's a point last night where Ness and I were laying together in bed, and she had her head on my shoulder. We were watching Reels, and after the 30th straight square body truck video of the Restos or the ones that have already been restored and are being sold, after the 30th one, she just sighed and rolled over and went to bed. And the problem is, I kept scrolling for another 20 videos because I can't pull the nose up on this. I am locked in on every single square body I can see.
I do think this takes you out of the running to make fun of me and LeBron for watching our YouTube golf videos now.
Yep, absolutely.
This completely removes that.
Actually, it makes it even worse because I'm sure you send YouTube clips, golf YouTube clips to friends. Last night I sent 2 clips, one to my older brother and one to my little brother, and my little brother Aaron, and I got one back from him. So now I'm influencing everybody else's algorithms because now they are both down the same rabbit hole.
And even just by talking about it, now I'm going to have some square body trucks in my algorithm later.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm
a nice 1980 GMC Sierra, one of those.
So what's the appeal? Because I'm going to dive into the curiosity of this. What's the appeal?
So there was a time I actually was accepted to the AutoCAD program in high school. Ended up not being able to do it, financial reasons, not to cry poor. But one of the things, my goal was, at the same time I was trying to buy an old, I think it was a 77 Sierra, if that might be a little early. Maybe it was an 80 Sierra. Because I wanted to restore it.
Yeah.
And I wanted that to be my truck. And I just wanted, I've always loved those old trucks. It reminds me of my grandpa Casey, who always had them. My grandpa Tommy's had a couple as well. I love old trucks. It's always been, and I love muscle cars too, but I just love that era of trucks. So that was always my goal, and I've always regretted.
Those are the best trucks GM ever built, is what some people say.
Some people, and by the way, I even love the 60s Mercury trucks, which were really just Fords, but they sold them in Canada as Mercuries because that's the only way they could sell them in Canada because of Mercury dealerships. Mm-hmm. So I just love that era, and it's probably one of the regrets that I do have is that I never went to AutoCAD and I never learned how to restore cars because I would just. Again, I can't afford to do it now, but I always would have loved to be able to do that.
You'd be like a real Tim the Tool-Man Taylor, huh? Your garage, you just have a bunch of cars to restore.
But like a fully dimensional human being.
Yeah. I like that show.
I did. Everybody did. It was the 90s.
Everybody did. Yeah. Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
And by the way, we like Tim Allen here.
Yeah.
All right? We don't have to like everything that Tim Allen likes, but Tim Allen's one of the best sitcom actors of all time. And I really like... Now, here's the thing. I don't try and talk cars with car people because I'm so under...
I don't think I've ever gotten in a car conversation with you. Now, I'm not much of a car person to have that conversation anyway, but yeah. What a surprise is the square body truck enthusiast over here.
So I love it. I don't know enough about it. So when people get into the types of engines, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, but I've always had an incredible interest. I've just never been able to apply it.
I could see it in a garage hanging out and then just fixing cars. There's a part of that environment that I feel like you'd really gel with.
Retired Nick. When the money train comes in, I'm retiring if I win the lottery.
I'm going to be usher at a baseball stadium. What your retirement gig is?
Retired Nick is going to learn to work on engines and restore cars.
Okay,
and then I'm just going to sit in my garage
and they'll
drink some Coors Original and just rehab some old cars.
And then like you flip them, or is it the type of thing like once you rehabbed them, then you fall in love with them and they stay?
Then Daddy drives them once a week.
Oh yeah, okay. That sounds like an expensive hobby now.
Yeah. Again, that's why the money train has to come in.
Yeah.
And the time train also has to come in because right now we don't have time.
I mean, you turn this around. You make it good enough. You can turn this into like a show on like whatever version of the Guardians broadcast exists at that point.
Yeah.
Like all the shows pre and post. You could just go and do one of those type shows.
I think if for whatever reason,
always have car shows on those things.
If I ever leave the broadcasting business, I don't think I'll ever want to do a video, radio, audio. I don't think I'll ever want to do it again. I think once I'm done with the business, like the people who are like, I'm a homesteader, now you can watch. No. By the way, I have interest in homesteading with Vanessa. We just don't have the time right now. I'm interested in it. I'm not interested in making content about it.
Well, it ruins
this is the content that I'm in, and I don't want to get into another piece of it.
I get it. I've told you this before about like golf with myself. Like I don't want to make Elise is always like, oh, you can make golf videos and put them on TikTok, and it's like, no, that'll ruin it for me. I don't want to create content around that. Like I love that being that.
Yep.
And let's keep it over there, and then we come and do this.
So it's like I've said this. Like sometimes Vanessa will get frustrated because I don't take pictures at parties. I have to really be reminded. Like we went to Disney 4 years ago. I really had to remember to take pictures. And the reason why I don't like doing it is it takes me out of being in it. Like at the party, at my 40th party, I didn't take any pictures. I had one or two taken of me. But I just wanted to be in it with everybody. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so the same thing goes with making content. Like the one downside to this job is, as much as I love talking about sports, man, does it take you out of like the fan part of this. It does cheapen that just a little bit.
Yeah, my problem would be I wouldn't want to have like producers or editors and all that stuff. I don't want to do that job.
Oh, see, I'd rather have them than have to do it myself.
Have them. Like, I don't want to do that job. Like that part of it. If I did a golf series on TikTok,
and somebody
for instance,
did it for you,
if somebody did it for me, I might be game. But like the idea that I have to like edit it and then put it all, spend so much time doing that stuff. Like I see all these people that do all these creative YouTube videos, and when you're just starting out, you're a one man band.
Yep,
and you got to do it all. And I just no, thank you.
No, that sounds miserable. To the point, by the way, that. My family has, for a while, watched the show The Dashleys on YouTube.
Okay.
And it's like,
what do they do?
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. It's basically a family that catalogs all their adventures, and I hate every second of it. However, so the dad shoots it, and then after everyone goes away and does their thing, then he videos it, puts it up. And I'm like,
that's how it works.
You cannot make enough money for this to be okay.
That's how it works. They spend hours on hours, and they had in that space, everything has to be a certain way. It seems like a lot. Not for me.
216-474-0092. Do you like square bodies as well?
Yeah,
we do have
when you start doing your square body truck enthusiast TikTok page.
No, because the problem is you have to be sober for that too.
Oh yeah, okay.
Dad like to tie one on. But we were talking about Dylan Gabriel here. Tommy in Brunswick's been waiting. Tommy, happy Football Friday, buddy. What you got for us? We got about 45 seconds.
Thank you so much. Here, I don't understand why Gabriel's playing. You've got to put Shedeur in there. The meaning is he hasn't progressed. He's not regressed, but he's just average. So you got to put Shedeur in there and see what we got with him. Okay, so let's say he doesn't do that good, and then you put Gabriel back in. What's the difference?
Tommy?
This is a losing season.
All right, buddy. All right, we appreciate you. Thank you so much there.
Talking about tying one on.
Tommy, have a great weekend there, buddy. Stay safe out there, killer. I almost said Dylan Gabriel. Daryl Ryder coming up in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey.
hosting the Bucks G League affiliate, the Wisconsin Herd. The Charge are 1-2 on the season. Tip-off is at 7 o'clock at the Public Auditorium. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markach.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
One hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin here on a Football Friday, on an NFL Friday, on a Square Body Trucks Friday. We got, in case you missed it, coming up in just about 40 minutes time. But we got Browns-Ravens on Sunday. Dylan Gabriel, another chance to not completely stink or stink. It's up to him. It's not, dealer's choice kind of situation.
I don't think it even is up to him, though. I think the talent only goes so far.
Yeah, but you know what? The mental prep.
Oh, in his mind, he's playing. This is Super Bowl.
Oh, no, that was the thing that I think it was Tommy Reese yesterday was like, on the mental prep side of things, he grades out extraordinarily. And I'm like, okay, what about the practice stuff? What about the game stuff?
That actually matters.
No, but on the mental prep side of things, and when we think mental prep on this show, we think of 92.3 The Fan's Browns beat reporter, the great Daryl Ryder, joins us now, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, hello.
Well, let's get philosophical on a Friday. To stink or not to stink? That is the question.
I think they're going to stink. Daryl, how do you... JK, LOL, there's a path. There's a gleam, men. I will ask you, what's your read on this Baltimore game?
I kind of feel like it's going to be similar to the first one. I don't feel like that the Ravens are just going to come in here and run the Browns out of the building right out of the gate. I think that they'll be competitive like they've been in many games this year. And it was one of the focuses of today's YouTube Brownie Bites, the fact that they typically get to the third and fourth quarters with it being a one-score game. The problem is then they get the boots put to them after that. They've absolutely been destroyed this year in the fourth quarter, 61-39, and they've been outscored 116-70 in the second half altogether. So I mean, it's not so much that they're getting blown out from the outset. They're getting blown out in the second half of these games. So. I think that it'll be a competitive game, but I don't know if they've got enough to finish off a win against a surging Ravens team who has Lamar Jackson back, and as Jim Harbaugh said today, he is full go Sunday at 4:25.
Well, you said it's like the first meeting back in week 2 in that Ravens game. Dylan Gabriel did come off the bench. Will Shedeur Sanders come off the bench in this one to have a repeat performance of the backup quarterback seeing playing time?
I don't think so. I don't get the sense that the Browns are in any hurry to put Shedeur Sanders on the field right now. Kevin Stefanski was asked today for another update. I posted the video on X of his response as far as Shedeur's practice reps. He's still not getting first-team reps, which tells me they're not really preparing this guy to play in the same fashion that they prepared Dylan Gabriel to play, and I realize that you watch Dylan Gabriel and it doesn't look like he was prepared to do much of anything, but they did this offseason during OTAs, the minicamp, and then obviously during training camp. They made an effort to get Dylan Gabriel ready to play. They're not doing the same thing for Shedeur Sanders. So I think that there's only one path for Shedeur Sanders to see the field on Sunday against the Ravens, and I don't think that has to do with the scoreboard.
Daryl, what do a final 8 games of this season look like? A successful final 8 games of this season look like for Kevin Stefanski?
They win some games, fewer breakdowns in all 3 phases. We've seen obviously plenty of those. Listen, I thought coming into the season, Nick, even with the quarterback situation being what it was, that I felt like 5-6 wins was not unreasonable. Doubling your win total from the previous season, not unreasonable. The problem is you blew the opportunity last week to pick up a win. You got Tennessee. You still have the Raiders on the schedule, but that loss to the Jets gives me some pause about the plausibility of them going to Vegas and winning or beating the Titans. So, Jimmy Haslam said before the season they got to win more games than he did a year ago. So they got to at least, I think, get 2, maybe 3 more victories and I don't even think you can call it a success. There is no metric, I think, available that could call this season a success for the Browns. It is unfortunately yet another, the 21st by my count, abject failure, if not more. Actually, it's more than that because actually 23rd abject failure since 1999.
I thought Miles was kind of toeing the company line today. He brought up like being competitive and wanting to. He mentioned something about the playoffs at one point, even, and it was
he did. He broke out the P word. Yeah,
it was like Miles. A very interesting tactic by Miles. How did you see it today?
Yeah, it was cute. He thinks they can win out. That did lift my spirits on a Friday afternoon. I needed a good laugh, and that almost gave it to me because they're not. There's no chance they're winning out. But I think that if you're in Miles' shoes, you have to think in those terms. You can't sit there and even if you think it, you can't verbalize it that your season is over. So, I thought he did a good job towing the company line, as you put it, Jonathan. I think that's the best way you can put it because you have to be deliriously optimistic to believe that this team can play themselves back into playoff contention.
Daryl, one of the things we talked about is the idea that some people just don't see the building going on. They just see the losing going on.
Yeah.
And I think some of that's the way this thing is structured. Elite defense, but just putrid offense.
Yeah.
If the inverse was true, if it was a elite offense but putrid defense, do you think people would have more patience with the way this thing is set up?
Yeah, because it's more entertaining. There is no entertainment value with what is going on right now outside of counting how many sacks Myles Garrett is racking up. That is your entertainment value right now. So I mentioned this on the midday show yesterday. I feel like that the Browns are fighting a couple of battles on different fronts here. They're fighting the eternal battle of trying to find a franchise quarterback, right? They're also fighting trying to develop young talent. Also, at the same time, they're fighting to have their fans remain patient. And you've been asking, and it's not just this regime, it's every regime that has preceded this one that has asked fans to be patient. Hey, there's going to be some pain with losing, but it's going to deliver sustained success. The problem for the Browns is they have never delivered anything for their fans since 1999 that resembles sustained success. Now, you thought that might be on the way after the whole 4-44, 1-31 debacle, right? With all those picks that Paul DePodesta and company helped assemble. But it didn't result in that. There was no payoff for fans. And I think that is a major problem for this organization right now, and they should be honest, but they're not going to be. And asking for fans' patience as they try and figure this whole thing out. The problem is you and others have been asking this fan base to be patient since 1999, and none of you have delivered on your promise. And so that's why I think at the root of the anger and the frustration that Browns fan has right now.
Daryl, Alex Wright, Devin Bush, Blake Collins, Ronnie Hickman, all these guys are having, in my opinion, career years. And I feel like with Jim Schwartz, we constantly have this conversation where it's like, oh, wow, he's really getting the best out of this guy. Didn't see that coming. Also, this guy seems to be great. Wow, this guy's incredible. And it's just an ongoing thing where the offensive side of the ball, I feel like we never get that. We're never like, we're seeing the very best of this guy. There's been a couple instances here and there, like Jerry Jeudy last year. But for the most part, we don't really ever have that.
Yeah, we're waiting for Cedric Tillman or any other wide receiver that Andrew Berry has drafted to show us a pulse. We got a little last year from Cedric, then he got hurt, and unfortunately, it just hasn't reappeared yet for him, even though there's plenty of time with him coming back. But you're right, Jonathan. There hasn't been that gleam, that hope of tangible development that you see on the offensive side of the ball. And again, it leads to a very unentertaining product, and that's why the results every Sunday are not the least bit surprising. Dylan Gabriel's impossibly difficult to watch, this offense can barely score more than 17 points on a given week. It's not fun football for fans to watch, and it's part of the reason now. I mean, I guess good news is the Browns don't send out paper tickets to anyone because they'd be taped to telephone poles right now. You're seeing tickets going for $5, $6 on the secondary market if you want to watch Browns Ravens in a national television window on Sunday, the 425 window. So, it's not a lot of fun to watch this football team, especially on the offensive side of the football.
No question. But the part that is interesting to me is that I can name 4 different guys in the defensive side of the ball where you are seeing that growth, you are seeing that development, and these are veterans even in some instances, like Malik Collins, who is having just a Devin Bush, who's having awesome seasons. And like, to me, that speaks on Jim Schwartz. And so I guess I would ask you, what do you think the possibility is if they do fire Stefanski that they're able to retain Jim Schwartz?
I think Jim Schwartz has the potential to become a head coach this offseason.
Head coach for the Browns this offseason? Okay.
No, somewhere.
Well, if he could be a head coach anywhere else, could it also be on the table he'd be the head coach here too?
Well, they didn't keep Mike Vrabel. That's worked out for them.
Well, I don't know. I would argue that Vrabel was more like I'm going to go with the franchise that put me in their Hall of Fame and has a franchise quarterback right now. I think that was a smart Vrabel choice. Is my interpretation of that.
Yeah, but I don't think that the Browns were all that interested in making a change last offseason either. But to your point, if you pay attention to how, because the interesting thing that happened yesterday was we got more candor from the coordinators than we've gotten from this organization the entire year combined. Bubba Ventrone, Jim Schwartz, and Tommy Rees. All 3 of them very candid in what they had to say. But I kind of felt like Schwartz. And he's always been a straight shooter in his media availabilities. He's always told it like it is. But I kind of feel like he took it up a notch yesterday when we were talking to him. And I'm not saying he's auditioning for anything. I had some people reach out to me, and text me, "Hey, is Schwartzy auditioning here with some of these answers he's giving?" I'm like, no, that's kind of how Jim Schwartz handles his business. But I think that a franchise would be wise to look at him as a head coach this offseason, considering some of the other names you're seeing circulating around the rumor mill as potential candidates. Jeff Hafley from the Packers, who, by the way, used to be an assistant coach here in Cleveland, is thought to be amongst those to be getting some consideration. But if you're going to consider him, I think you got to consider Jim Schwartz too.
All right, Daryl, prediction time?
Ravens. I unfortunately probably will not be predicting the Browns to win a single game the rest of the season. Spoiler alert. I might change that, but definitely not Sunday. I think the Ravens win by 2 scores.
All right. Are you sure?
I'm very, very sure.
But Daryl, are you sure?
No, yeah. I want you to just think one more second.
Okay.
Take your time.
Are you really sure?
Lamar Jackson is playing on Sunday, correct?
That sounds yes.
Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then
so
yeah,
we want to stamp it down. You're sure about this?
Ravens by 2 scores, yes.
Okay.
So they don't cover
not
the
by
spread.
like 10.
Yeah, well, that's 2 scores.
So like 8.
That's actually one score.
Yeah,
that's a touchdown, 2-point conversion.
Yeah. All right, I'm seeing where the line in the sand is here, Daryl.
Well, what part of 2 scores didn't you understand, Nick?
What about 16
to know the
points?
early line of 2 scores, or where 2 scores goes into 3 scores?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I mean, 2 scores, that's a pretty vast horizon there, friend.
We're trying to cover some over-unders here and some spreads, Daryl.
One of those situations.
My friends in the desert, you know what they need.
It's got a great beat on something for me.
I was going to say, I don't know this is the week that we want to be concerning ourselves.
We got a poker game at Chauncey Billups' house later. We need things to talk about.
Yeah. And by the way, we're the face cards in this time, of course.
What is the spread for Sunday? I haven't looked.
7.5.
Yeah, I'm going the over.
Over under 37.5 though, and it opened at 44. Vegas has bet this game down at a high rate.
Yeah, I think I'm taking the over on both.
All right, Daryl, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
You bet, guys. You too.
Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers. We'll react to what he had to say, and he checks his notes because he forgot what they were planning to do next. And patience and the Browns quarterback position in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Jones is the one of these options that is not maybe instantly want to vomit. And so like that's good.
But that's
a good sign.
If we had this conversation 7 weeks ago, you'd still want to vomit about Mac Jones.
Yes, he's changed a lot of perceptions. Now here's the problem with Mac Jones, though. I get Mac Jones, but I don't get him with Kyle Shanahan. That's an issue for me.
But you get him with Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah, that's not good. The guy who thinks he's Kyle Shanahan, that's not good.
Discount Shanahan?
Although we might not even any part of that. We might not even have him.
Shanahan.
We might not even have him with Stefanski's the other equation to this. I need Mac Jones if I have a good offensive head coach, an actual good offensive head coach.
So Kevin Stefanski,
not
two-time
Kevin
coach of the
Stefanski.
year.
No, not that guy. That guy doesn't know what he's doing.
But he's been a two-time coach of the year. How can he be a bad coach if he's got a two-time coach of the year award?
I wonder.
Even I rolled for the camera. All right,
it wasn't for the camera,
but I think so. It was
for you.
I think the Mac Jones thing is the perfect backdrop for this because no one in Indy was really clamoring for Daniel Jones, and by the way, they still shouldn't. He's not good, but no one's clamoring for Daniel Jones.
They had to make that leap, though. They had to make that jump. They had to be like, all right, we're going to take a chance on Daniel Jones, and then they watched it materialize.
And I think that's going to be the position you're in.
The problem is that Mac Jones showcased what he could do, but I'm worried that he is very similar to Brock Purdy in that he's only able to do it in that setting. That's the worry I have with Mac Jones.
The worry I have is I don't want to give up a second or third round pick for a retread quarterback who might only be a product of what's his face?
Shanahan?
Yeah, they have the same initials. It was throwing me off. Kyle Shanahan.
KS
system.
meet KS?
Yes.
Yeah.
See? A lot of people confuse them.
Dollar store KS. Timu KS?
No, I already did that with Tua.
There's no alliteration. We got nothing. Yeah, we got nothing. The point is
Kmart?
There we go. Now we're talking.
May it rest in peace.
There's just never any lights on in that store.
Yeah.
You'd walk in and be like, "It's."
By the way,
are you guys even open?
There was before Wall Street did what it tried to do to GameStop that it successfully did to Sears. Remember, Kmart was a fine business model that hucksters ran all the money out of Kmart and then ran into the ground on purpose. Those corporate raiders. We could still have Kmart today.
I would just walk into a Kmart at like 3 p.m. and I would be like, "Are you guys open? No one's here to greet me."
Because you don't know the glory.
The lights. There's like half the lights are on.
You don't know the glory of a Kmart.
Rows are filled with actual merchandise. What's going on here?
Kmart circa 1994. The lights were bright. Before the corporate raiders came in, I'm telling you, before the Sears stuff, there's a sweet spot where Walmart looked like nothing. And it was Kmart all the way. By the way,
that must have been a time.
Kmart had some fresh food too. They were ahead of the game.
Isn't Walmart perceived to be better than Kmart though?
Yeah, but that
even back in the day, it was I'm not. I thought Kmart was where I thought it was like if you went to Walmart, you're like at least I'm not going to Kmart.
No. That became the perception. But
by the time I got to understanding the world, that was the perception.
People in Medina will remember, think 1993's version of Kmart in Medina. Oh, what a paradise that was!
Yeah, by the time I got around to it,
96,
you'd walk in and be
real problematic.
You'd watch cockroaches just move everywhere. It's like is it just that they existed in that world?
So it was so successful. Kmart was in Medina that they left that building and went across the road, down the road a little bit, and built a super Kmart. We had a super Kmart. It wasn't just Kmart; it was super. And boy.
Aren't the big Walmarts just called super Walmarts too?
Yeah, where do you think I got the idea from?
Why did they? Nobody came up with anything. It could have been like a great
front
Walmart.
Of something.
It was
makes
always
it
super.
Better.
Why was it always super?
Nick Wilson, good. Super.
When
Nick
I lived
Wilson.
in Montana, I was like, we had a super Walmart in Montana.
No.
That's what we had. It was a super Walmart. It wasn't just a Walmart. It was a super Walmart.
Okay, and a normal Kmart in its heyday would make super Walmart look like normal Walmart. All right, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, that's fine.
That being said,
so Kevin Stefanski.
So Kmart, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, so that's part of my hang up with Mac Jones. I think he's the most appetizing of the quarterbacks that we've discussed. But how much of that even translates if it's not Shanahan there?
But all of this is a lesson in if the Browns do get a veteran quarterback for next year, it's going to be off the reclamation heap. No one in Tampa clamored for Baker when he went there. People in Minnesota saw Sam Darnold.
$5 million deal for backup for Baker, and he had to compete against backups in order to win that job.
The same people that saw Sam Darnold as a $10 million stopgap just to get you to J.J. McCarthy, they're the people now saying we should have signed Sam Darnold and traded J.J. McCarthy. And it's a sleight of hand, I know, but that's going to be, it's either that or you take a guy with a top 10 pick. And by the way, in a year where a lot of people are saying you should just wait to 2027.
Yeah, and it's going to be a real issue because we're going to have to fall in love with one of these guys we don't want to fall in love with, and I hate that. I think it stinks. I'd feel a lot better about it, though, if we had a head coach that could actually develop a quarterback.
At this point, we just need a rebound. All right? Or a slump buster, however you want to look at this. I don't need to fall in love right now. I just need to get in the bedroom.
I know, but the problem that's going to happen is that if we have somebody that looks anything close to decent, you know what's going to happen? We'll do what the Colts just did.
I thought you were going to say 3 a.m. at the bar.
No.
Closing time.
Well, that's basically what the Colts just did. Yeah. Is that Daniel Jones in the right light looked good enough, and now after 8 games, they sold the house and getting Sauce Gardner, and they're locking themselves and committed to years with an S of Daniel Jones now being their franchise quarterback, and I don't know that that's the right bet.
Many men have fallen on that sword, too.
They hurried into that.
Yep.
And that's not, you don't want to turn the slump buster into the person you get married and have kids with.
It will be very funny, though, when Arch Manning comes out in 2027, and the pick that he actually goes to the Jets with will be from the Colts. Watching the Indianapolis meltdown will be hilarious in that.
I mean, they watched 7 games of Daniel Jones and was like, I guess this is it now. I guess we're getting married to him.
The first 50
I guess he's just
games
awesome.
Never matter.
Oh, it's okay, that's a bold play if you want to do that. I still can't believe it.
I can. It's Indianapolis.
And it's not like they're regretting this or anything like that. They're very comfortable with this. They like this. They like the spot that they're in right now. It's going to come in a couple games, or once he ends up getting injured and not playing in a playoff game this year, something like that happening.
I think he'll finish off the season. Maybe he'll get a playoff win. It's like the Giants. It's just going to be that same story.
So, but I don't want that for the Browns, though. I don't want that for the Browns.
Yeah,
where
that's the best case scenario right now.
I hate that, though. The idea that we fall in love with someone who, after 6 or 7 games, shows us a glimpse of being decent at this whole thing, and then all of a sudden we're committed.
It is 3 a.m. at the bar.
And they're going to course correct, because where they told Baker that wasn't good enough, now they're going to turn around and be like, we're going to rush to the altar because this is as good as we're going to ever get.
Don't worry. When they screw it up, they will say, we own that. Which is and they'll do and everything will be fine. Let's go with Jim in Strongsville. Jim in Strongsville, welcome to the show, fella.
Northside Johnny, Nicky Blue Chew. How you boys doing?
Doing all right, buddy. What you got for us?
Jim, good.
Listen, I was thinking about something that you said earlier, Nick, to Daryl. Would we be happy if it was reversed and our offense was phenomenal and whatever, and our defense was the one that was a pile of garbage? And yeah, it would change everything. That would mean we had a franchise quarterback. That would essentially be being the Cincinnati Bengals minus the injuries that are constant to their quarterback, Joe Burrow. I mean, think about that. Do you think they think they're a Super Bowl contender even with a crappy defense if they have a healthy Joe Burrow all year? Heck yeah, they do. It makes all the difference. You're 100% right. Once you get the quarterback right, everything else becomes easier. We just can't do that, and it drives me nuts. You talk about going in. Yeah, I'm one of the guys. Quit talking about the price of the tickets, because I paid full price for 4 tickets, and now I got to go on Sunday with nobody else there. So all I'm going to do is drink myself to oblivion, and now it's a late game, so now I got to go home. I don't get a chance to take a nap, and Monday's going to be whatever. They're throwing me off. If you're going to suck, be on at 1:00, so I can go down there, get boozed up, go home, get to bed early, and make my Monday somewhat presentable.
Jim,
that's my wish for Browns.
Jim, how many tickets you got?
4.
I'll give you $5 a ticket.
Dude, I couldn't find somebody to take my extra 2 to the Miami game. I ended up giving them to some dude at the bar at midnight on Saturday. He's like, I'll go to the game. I'm like, hey, give me your email address. Let's go.
You sound like you had a slump buster.
You went to the game with this guy then?
No, our seats are kind of close. They're in the row behind my wife and I. So
okay, that's better.
He bought me a beer. It was all okay. I mean, it was fine.
What I'm pitching to you is that you only take a loss of 93% on this. I'm saving you about 7% on each one of those tickets. You're welcome.
My seats are club seats, Nick. It's worse than that.
That's what I was thinking.
Horrifying.
I was like, it's way more than the percentages Nick was throwing out right now.
Yeah, it's horrifying. It makes me want to throw up. And then they call me. They're like, "Yeah, do you want we have an opportunity for some sweet games for the Steelers and whatever. Are you interested?" I have people coming to paddock. Maybe I am interested. What about the 4 tickets I have? Well, we don't buy tickets back. You'll have to sell those. I was like, sell them. I can't give them away. Sell them? It's just delusional. The whole organization all the way through is completely delusional.
Yeah, but other than that, what do you think of them?
They tried to pull the limited time deal thing with me. Well, we have somebody interested in them. I'm like, I'm in sales, honey. You're not going to fool me with that one.
Oh, honey. Okay.
All right, guys. Well, I love you guys.
I love you, buddy.
Jim. All right.
By the way, I'm going to go to a game and get hammered. That part of it sounded fun.
I got his idea, though. He needed that nap in between. He didn't want to make his Monday bad. When you can forecast on Friday that the late time is going to ruin your Monday because you're going to get too hammered at the game, I get it.
Just take Monday off.
Well, that's the easy solution.
You only live once, right? You only have so many Mondays in a life.
And that sales business that he's in, though.
Is Monday a good sales day? I tend to remember.
You just got to always be hustling, though. You always got to be hustling.
I tend to remember from
you
watching.
Sleep, you don't eat, Nick.
From watching the salespeople.
Sell me this pen.
That Monday they kind of slid into Monday slowly, and then they worked their ass off Tuesday through Thursday, and then they kind of slowed up on Friday. That's my recollection of most salespeople. I don't work enough with the salespeople here to know, but like when I was like an account services guy. Working directly with salespeople, it was like on Monday and Friday, good luck finding someone. Tuesday through Thursday, business was good, but Monday and Friday, it's more the B work kind of day in the sales community, and I was the B work.
I can't find any patterns with our sales guys.
No,
I go down. I have no idea when anyone's ever going to be there. I assume they're always just doing things.
Because they're selling air. It's hard.
Not actual air. You mean airtime? I think people.
No. So like,
you mean
my boy
you mean
Fate.
actual air?
So I dabbled with the idea of maybe selling radio way back in the day when I first got into business.
Yeah,
back when I was in Akron, and my boy Fate was like,
there's a lot of on-air people that also sell. I did that I didn't do it, but I worked with people that did that in basically every spot I've been to, but this one.
But my boy Fate was like, here's the thing: it's the most difficult thing to sell because you're selling air. I never understood it. Until I went to a meeting with him and watched somebody try to process what they would actually be buying. And I'm like, all right, yeah, your job is much harder than you'd think it'd be like, 92 through the fan, all the success we've had, squeezing everybody out. We're doing a great job here. And then it's like, so I'm buying air. It's like, no, you're buying time on a very.
I wouldn't present it that way.
Well, yeah, there's a reason I'm not in sales.
Like
and there's a reason why.
Yeah, I feel like that was a bad presentation on his behalf.
No. That's not how he presented to the client.
Oh, okay.
He presented to me.
I was like, they're not really buying it.
The man made the sale.
In that.
The man made the sale.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Right then and there. He said it was his 7th time out there, though. Yeah. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
He's a pride of Bedford High School and the Buckeyes. Tyvis Powell talks Browns football every Monday afternoon at 1:20 with Baskin and Phelps on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
All right, back out of here on The Fan. Nick already walked in the room, so I know we were all right. If you hadn't, though, I would have just filler-busted.
I really thought, because I kind of have to go to the bathroom, I really thought, even though Mac was like, we're coming back, I really thought about just going to the bathroom still.
You could have done it. Markoch, if he hadn't grabbed me, I still might be up there talking to Jax about the ending of the Barstool Invitational. Which, by the way, we'll let the record show, he came to ask me about it. That was not me just cornering Mac, being like, talk golf with me, please.
I heard you talking about it, and I thought,
I know you did.
I'm going to go to the other end of the building.
I know you did.
That's
almost
with love and respect.
They're averaging it's like 5 million views per YouTube episode on this. That's an insane number. Like they're getting higher ratings than like anything Caitlin Clark has done in the previous year. This is getting higher ratings than. It's incredible.
You know, it's Friday because.
Absolutely incredible.
I heard Caitlyn Jenner, and I was like, I haven't heard from Caitlyn Jenner in like 5 years either. Of course, Barstool has higher views than Caitlyn. Wrong Caitlyn. Let's get to In Case You Missed It. Oh, wait. No, Marcotte, don't play the damn thing. Big thank you to all of our guests in today's show. Zack Jackson at 3, great stuff on what the final 8 games mean for the Browns, the opportunity there for Kevin Stefanski. Dylan Gabriel on Sunday, what to expect. He gave a very specific stat line. It's a very similar stat line. Also, big thanks to Vinnie Serado of 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. Great stuff on the Baltimore side of things, how Baltimore is viewing this game. And then proceeded to predict a Browns 14-point loss. And then Daryl Ryder at 6 o'clock. We talked many Browns things as well. But now, finally, on a Football Friday, on an NFL Friday, we can finally get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off. Tony Vitello, hired by the Giants. He is their new skipper. The interesting thing about him, he is the first manager to be hired directly from the college ranks. Obviously, we see this in the NFL. We've seen it in the NBA. Not a thing we've ever really seen in baseball. So he's now a pro skipper. And Joe Madden was on KNBR in San Francisco. They had him on, I presume, to be like, this is awesome. It's great. It didn't really go that way. Here's Joe Madden.
I'm using the word insulting only from the perspective that it appears as though you don't have to have any kind of experience on a professional level to do this job anymore. Because when I was coming up, you had to have all that. You had to go through the minor leagues. You had to ride your buses. I was a scout. I started in 1981. I finally got a managerial job in 2006. I mean, there was a rite of passage, a method to get to that point. So to think that somebody could just jump in there and do what you took 20-some years to be considered qualified to do, it is kind of insulting. Now, having said that, the next part is I wish him nothing but the best because I watched videos of the guy and I could actually understand why it's perceived that he's ready to do something like this.
Yeah, I wish him nothing but the best part kind of got left out of the headlines. But it is funny to me. It's like, I'm going to crap all over why you got hired. And then at the end, I'll be like, yeah, but I see it.
I got to say, I think he's right. Tony Vitello never played Major League Baseball, never coached in the minors. I think this is a bigger jump than even from college football to college to the pros. But
there's a reason why we don't see it.
Yeah, and by the way, Major League Baseball usually has sent guys to college. And occasionally we get I think his name was Derek Johnson, the Twins pitching coach who had been on Vanderbilt. Occasionally we get that.
I was thinking of the Vanderbilt coach.
But occasionally we get that. But this is a huge jump.
Yeah.
You could get 20 games into the season and realize he just doesn't get it.
So there's a part of me that thought I get why Joe's mad if it took him 25 years to become a skipper and he had to go through all these minor league games and all this to showcase that he had an understanding of what to do. That would probably make me mad as well.
It's a huge risk for Buster Posey to take.
Well, of course it is.
I mean, the Giants aren't that far removed from being a very successful team.
I don't know, but it's still not splitting the atom either, though. It still is. You're a baseball manager, and so there's if you can work with people and then you can understand. He knows the nuances of the game. And so I think that's a big part of it. And I think the idea that, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go, but I thought that was wild to say it was insulting to the sport.
No, I think he's right. I think he's 100% right. Yeah, I don't get what Buster Posey's going for. And by the way, I also don't think that the Giants have a great roster as it is. They've got a bunch of kind of fringy prospects. They got a kid named Bryce Eldridge who I'd love to get here. He's about 6'7" first baseman, and he's going to hit 50 home runs a year. But beyond that, they've got a couple nice players, but I don't know. I don't see a high upside with that job. I think San Francisco's very quickly become one of the tougher jobs to win, given that the Padres spend, given that the Dodgers do what the Dodgers do.
So if you're Tony, then, did you make the right call? The only reason why I asked that, then, is because obviously coaching the majors is a dream, but he could have had that college job for 25 years. Like the way he was doing in college and the way it was set up, those guys in the college ranks, not only do they have those jobs for a lifetime, they have them for a lifetime. You get your name on the field when it's all said and done. They put the statue outside, and you're heralded in that space. Whereas in the pro ranks, if this flames out, it's not like, I'd just go back to college, I guess.
Yeah, I think,
different program, though.
Managers in college are not getting paid what managers in the bigs are getting paid.
But when you first start, though, the difference, when you first start, Mike Matheny's talked about this openly. He made $800,000 as the Cardinals skipper for, I think it was 5 years in a row before he got paid anything of content. I
guarantee you Vitello got paid because they were paying him to make the jump.
There are
Vogt's getting $4 million a year, I thought.
Yeah, I heard somewhere around there as well.
Now that is still actually relatively high, especially for a first-time manager. But you're probably going from making $1 million a year to $4 million a year, and if it doesn't work out, you can just go back and have your pick of any college job.
Wasn't Tito at the end of it making only $5 million though? The vote salary thing is playing with my brain now. I'm wondering if maybe I'm remembering that wrong, or something's
I remember
off there.
hearing in between 3 and 4. I remember hearing Stevens one of the highest paid managers in baseball, which is funny that he's already probably going to get a nice little bump here. He was very highly paid as a first-time manager.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, okay. But the salary ranks in general for a lot of these guys, especially unproven guys, usually is not that high. Now I want to look up MLB coaching salaries to start off with. All right, go ahead.
I got distracted by the trailer for The Running Man, which I just can't do. The original Running Man was just okay. We don't need to remake every okay movie from 30 years ago. This being said,
Alex Cora got paid $800,000 last year. Is that right?
No, there's no way. There's no way.
What do you mean?
Remember, he's got this his second time in Boston, right? And this is his second term? Yeah, okay, I'm not forgetting that. And he's won a World Series.
It says Scott Service was making $800,000.
I'm going to call malarkey here. This is why it'd be nice if baseball's actually open with their
They're not open with that stuff. They really aren't. They do make a lot less than people think, though. They always have. It's always been a thing, especially with the Matheny thing is what shocked me the most, is that it was just nowhere close to what you'd think.
This being said, I don't know why that's been my phrase of the day today, for the love of God. The Patriots have the best record in football after beating the Jets 27-14 on Thursday Night Football. The Jets did have a competitive first half, though, because that's all that matters. If you showed up for the first half, we forget about the second half. Mike Vrabel, now 9-2 in his first season as Pats head coach. True or false? The Patriots are actual Super Bowl contenders.
I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I don't think their defense is good enough to where I need them to be in order to really solidify that. The Stephon Diggs-Drake May connection has been awesome, but I always feel like you're just a game or two away from watching that just completely fall down and fall apart. It's been better than anybody could have ever thought. And then even in their running game, Henderson's been awesome.
They got really lucky that Ramondre got hurt.
But yeah, what is that built on, And also, I don't know if that's even going to maintain either, you know what I mean? He's been great for the past couple of weeks, and you're right, there was just a lot of luck attached to that, even the idea that he even got it. So there's too many ifs and question marks attached to this for me right here. I think they're knocking on the doorstep of it. I think they'll be really good for years to come, but I don't see AFC title game this year.
I will believe that they're a true Super Bowl contender when I see them win a playoff game this year. As of right now, 7 of their 11 games, about 8 of their 11 games have been damn near layups. So, like, you get credit, and they are well coached. Like, I can't remember who caught the ball on the sidelines, but everybody remembers the Travion Henderson play where he's running to the end zone and he looks back to the sideline to make sure he can score.
Right.
There was I can't remember who the receiver was, but he caught the ball and immediately sensed that there were two defenders, and he made sure that he wasn't going to fumble the ball. It's clear that the coaching is being received and these guys are listening to don't make the mistake, right? I still think they feasted on a lot of stank-ass teams. Big thanks to Michael Markoch on the board. Yes. Mac Robinson doing the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Again, guys, if you missed a second of today's show, check out the full show, the full video of the show on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Don't forget to hit the like button because we like to be liked. And Michael Markoch in the 2020s as well. Oh, Lordy, we did it. 25 hours this week.
Yes, we did.
It's a long week.
Yeah, well, it felt like a long week. It was a fun week, though, but it felt like a long week. Yes,
well,
it was.
Hopefully it's not a long Sunday. Go Browns. JP, good stuff, buddy.
Had fun. We'll talk to you Monday, and I'll talk to you guys on Sunday.
See you guys.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.